Amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Any public comments for the Camarillo Successor Agency? Seeing no one make a mad dash, we'll get down to the consent calendar.
Moved.
There's a motion and a second. Okay. Any further comments? Please vote. That passes 4-1 with an excused absence. Okay, that gets us down to departmental comments from the staff. Are there any comments from the staff on this? Are there any comments from the board members on this? Hearing none, we stand adjourned. All right. Okay, I'd like to call the regular Camarillo City Council meeting to order, please, for February 27th. Let the record reflect that all council members are present except Mrs. Craven, who has an excused absence. Amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
No amendments. All right, that does get us down to consent calendar.
I'll move.
There's a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. That passes 4-1 with an excused absence. All right, so that gets us down to Public Works, and it's the North Pleasant Valley DeSalter Project Engineering Services WT-11-01 Agreement Amendment. And Dave, are you going to take the lead on this one?
Yes, Mayor, yes, I will. Thank you very much. I have a presentation prepared here for this item, which is to consider an amendment to the design agreement with Brown & Caldwell to perform a redesign of certain elements of the DeSalter project. We'll briefly touch on the DeSalter project status, a review of the fact that the majority of design for the project was completed in fall of 2018 with the goal of awarding a contract for construction before the end of 2018. Since the inception of the design, the project has been grouped into essentially two components. The treatment facility component, which is the reverse osmosis and related treatment facility within the boundaries of the site, and then also what we call the conveyance pipelines component. And that is the design and construction that would occur, the design in tandem with the treatment facility, but the construction likely by a separate contractor, more of a pipeline contractor, and that would be for the design and the construction of the source water pipeline that will come from our two existing wells, A and B, along with storm drain pipes that are required to carry storm drain runoff from the site out to our existing city storm drain system. And those are the two components of the project that the progression of the project has been designed that way, and with the focus on getting the treatment facility out to bid and under contract as soon as possible, with the conveyance pipelines tracking a little bit behind. That construction can occur a little bit later during the construction of the treatment facility. So just want to lay that out, the concept of the two different components of the project. And then also be touching on tonight a part of this amendment includes design of additional project elements that are required. And these items I'll get into more detail in a little bit, but to lay the groundwork, they were identified as the design progressed. Several items that weren't determined or able to be determined what they were at the onset of the design were identified as design progressed. And the idea was, as we are completing the majority of the design on the treatment facility and getting that out to bid to award the contract, that the design of these items would catch up and be incorporated into the project through change order during construction. So bid opening occurred on December 4th of 2018, and then at December 19th City Council meeting, the bids were rejected with direction for a redesign effort for the purpose of yielding cost savings under the construction of the project. Additional meeting January 9th, 2018 during a study session with council addressed some details of the scope of the redesign and then also incorporating a peer review element into this redesign effort. Excuse my voice, I've got the chest congestion that won't go up or down and just keeps hanging on, so I'll be doing that from time to time. So that brings us to the scope of the design services that are required for this next effort by Brown and Caldwell and to be executed by an amendment to their existing agreement. And the redesign effort, again, focused on yielding cost savings in construction, and three main areas focused on the administration building with a reduction in size and a change to pre-engineered structure. Also, changing the perimeter wall from a previously designed masonry construction with pilasters to a slatted chain link privacy fence, and also removing the landscaping around the three sides of the project, maintaining landscaping at the front entry side of the facility. And then the third item is to look into revising piping materials to utilize less costly materials where possible. So that's the redesign effort focus. And then these additional project elements that were identified, one being the surge mitigation system. So our treatment facility is treating the groundwater with reverse osmosis going through a system, and then will be pumped out into our existing distribution system. So the hydraulics of that needed to be looked at to verify if a surge mitigation system was going to be required, and it's based on the pressure zones of our existing system, the pressures required, the hydraulics required of our treatment system. So a surge analysis was performed and resulted in a need for a surge mitigation system. So this is an item that was determined to be required as the design progressed. The progression of design was needed to be able to determine if this was required. So this is additional project element that needs design of the surge mitigation system and then construction as a part of the treatment facility. And again, this is largely to protect both sides, the treatment facility and our existing water distribution system, so the connection of the two work appropriately. The other additional project elements are to incorporate the treated water and sewer pipelines into the treatment facility component. As I mentioned, the two components, the conveyance pipeline originally had all the pipeline work for the connection out to our distribution system for the treated water, and then also we obviously have to have a sewer connection to the facility for the different locations of sewer connection, specific, including the administration building. All the drains there and the bathrooms and such need to drain to the sewer. So we have sewer pipelines. Those items need to be constructed with the treatment facility. So again, through the progression of design, it was determined we really need to have those pipelines incorporated into the design and construction of the treatment facility. So more related to a timing issue of moving those items forward with the treatment facility. This additional project element will incorporate those items into the treatment facility design and construction. Third item of additional project element is an electrical service to the brine disposal metering vault. So the brine disposal is going out in a pipeline out to Lewis Road to connect into the existing brine line that Cayugas Municipal Water District installed. And we will be hooking up to that through a vault that contains electrical equipment and meters. And that design is proceeding. It's a separate effort through Cayugas, through an agreement we have with them. The need for the electrical service obviously is identified, and there is no connection out there towards Lewis Road available for this electrical service. So it's going to need to be provided from the facility, our treatment facility, and this will need to be designed and incorporated into our project for construction. The initial thinking being that we can tie into the electrical panel at the administration building and provide this electrical service. Fourth component of additional project elements is the site entrance design per Caltrans requirements. So Brown and Caldwell's original design contract was negotiated and put in place when the city was anticipating building this facility at the original project site on Antonio, if you remember, along the curve on the other side of the hospital. and it would be a standard driveway entrance off of Antonio into the facility. And then the need for a connection out to Lewis Road wasn't known at that time because that wasn't where the site was. As we went through the site procurement process and ended up where we are now, there is a need to the basic layout of the site entrance has been developed, but finalization of that design in coordination with Caltrans for a permit from them to construct is needed. So this is an item that was not in the original Brown and Caldwell design contract that needs to be added in. So that's a summary of the scope of work for the amendment with Brown and Caldwell. Basically, the two different major efforts, a redesign effort, and then these additional project elements. So this amendment is for additional design services for an amount of $591,223, and that's made up of the two components with the redesign effort at $498,368 and the additional project elements at $92,855. So because we knew what these additional project elements were as design was progressing, we had an estimate of this design cost and also an estimate of the construction costs that already have been included in that total project cost, and I'll get into further summary here to clarify that. But just to want to mention that our original total project cost in time of December of the $70 million included an estimate of these costs of the actually we had $95,000 for this design effort, and then $500,000 to $600,000 for the construction of these additional project elements. And then the redesign effort at the $498,000 is really the only new design effort cost being added at this time. And that's real close to the estimate that staff had given to council when we reviewed this in December and January for what would it cost to do the redesign, was roughly right at $500,000. So a breakdown of those tasks is shown, 1 through 6. Item number 1 being the bulk of the cost with the redesign of the cost reduction measures. Item 2, the design of the additional project elements, that's the $92,855. And then the entire facility design package needs to be, all those changes need to be incorporated so we have a complete updated design and specification package. So that's the integration of all those changes is task number 3. Task number 4 is an updated of the opinion of probable construction costs, OPCC, fancy term for engineer's cost estimate. And item 5, bid phase services. Since we're going through a redesign and a rebid, the design engineer provides assistance in answering questions, giving clarification, preparing information for any addenda that may come up through the bidding process. They'll attend meetings. There'll be a pre-bid meeting they'll attend. So those are the bid phase services. And then project management, task number 6, is separated out and set up as showing the needed services for attending the meetings, conference calls, status reports, and general administration of Brown and Caldwell's work. So what do we expect this redesign effort to save in construction cost? The estimate, and again, this is for the redesign components, the changes to the administration building, the block wall going to fence, and the piping materials, estimated cost reduction of $2 million for those items. And I would like to emphasize that we're going through an additional bidding process 1 year after it'll eventually be a year by the end of this year when we plan to be out to bid again, that there's no guarantee that the new bid price will be lower than the previous bid. Again, a competitive bid process. The bidding climate fluctuates with quite a number of different factors involved in there. Hard to predict. Can have local, national, or even international effects. And also, construction costs do typically tend to rise year over year. As we look forward into estimating projects and in future years, increasing cost estimates, we typically look at construction cost indices, the consumer cost index, price index, and typically we see anywhere from 1% to 3% per year increase in construction costs. Now, that can vary, like I mentioned, with all the other highly variable elements that can affect the bidding climate. So we will be about a year out after our previous bids in December. That's when we intend to be out to bid in towards the end of this year, the September, October, November timeframe. So Council has seen this summary sheet of estimated project costs, and it's been updated. The first column, the December costs, are the same as what's been prepared and presented to Council previously, with a total estimated project cost. This includes all planning and design phase elements and all construction phase elements estimated and projected for this project. And the $70 million number is what was presented in December. And I'd just like to highlight the updates to these that are shown here, highlighted in green, is a redesign effort showing that additional nearly $500,000 for the redesign effort under the planning effort. And then I've also included the expected savings from redesign and under the construction cost of the $2 million. We have put in the additional expected increase from the construction cost escalation. And as I mentioned, between 1 to 3% per year. This is right in between 2 and 3% of the $44 million bid price. And that's, by the way, what we've kept in and maintained in these estimated costs is the $48.6 million is the December 4, 2018 low bid of $44 million plus a 10% contingency. So not knowing what the new bids are going to be, we kept that the same, and then of course incorporated the expected savings from redesign, and then likely increase of construction cost escalation of $1 million, and then also the additional time needed going through this redesign and rebid process. We will need additional project management services, so we've added roughly $100,000 in that line item also. So the net difference there is actually a reduction of $400,000 off the $70 million for a total estimated project cost of $69,600,000. Then that rolls into another sheet that Council has seen before, and we've updated that, reflecting the December 2018 numbers in the first column, and then an updated estimate. This is a summary. The costs rolled up for planning and design phase, and then construction phase, showing that $70 million estimate from December, and then the 69.6 from February. This sheet also then summarizes the funding sources, and as was previously discussed, utilizing existing water capital and unrestricted funds that are shown there. And in December, we reflected the $15 million of grant funding, our state grants, and we didn't know at the time the status of our federal U.S. Bureau of Reclamation grant. So the net difference that was going to need to be covered by a combination of grant or bond issue was the $23.5 million. Now the updated column for February reflects as I mentioned, the updated cost of the $69.6 million, and then the funding, the same for the water funds, the same $15 million for the state grants, and then we were notified this month that we were selected and will be awarded the $5 million federal Bureau of Rec grant. So that reduced the difference, or reduced the total amount of additional monies that are required, likely through a bond issuance at just over $18 million. This is a good slide to take a moment and focus on, take a look at where we are if you want to compare soft costs of a project, but essentially project delivery costs versus total estimated construction cost. And I was able to find some information that an annual report is issued by what's called a California multi-agency CIP benchmarking study group. It includes the city and county of San Francisco, city of Sacramento, Oakland, city of Oakland, city of San Jose, city of Los Angeles, city of Long Beach, and the city of San Diego. And what they do is look at capital municipal CIP projects, and based on actual costs incurred for project delivery versus construction costs, they put together this benchmarking study. And one of the main elements of that is what is the soft cost, or essentially the project delivery cost for these various projects. They've been doing this study since 2002, and the latest one was 2016 that I pulled up to look at the, and they break down the municipal facilities category, which does include water treatment systems. In this report, there was 12 projects in the range of $10 million to $70 million, and the project delivery percentage of construction costs was 30%. So soft cost of 30%, and that's all inclusive, and the numbers that I'll run through here are inclusive of our project being designed, the land purchase, all the support services, all the project management. So that totals up, these numbers here on the screen total up roughly to $14 million for those soft costs, divided by the $56 million of estimated total construction costs. And again, that includes a new production well. It includes our 4 monitoring wells, all piping. Take 14 divided by 56 puts it at 25% is soft costs for the total construction cost of the project. Actually a little bit below the 30% that was most recently published by this study. So typical range that we've been able to see is 20 to 30% soft costs of a project of this complexity and this magnitude. So our soft costs are in range of what can be expected for a project of this magnitude and this cost. Then moving on to another sheet that has been presented before but now updated, focusing on what is the per acre foot cost of water from the desalter, and what does that translate into in way of any savings by the city moving forward with this project. These calculations are based on just maintaining the $70 million total capital cost rather than go through the calculations for the 69.6. We left it at 70. Run these calculations again for the cost to produce 3,800 acre feet per year over a 20-year period. And the first column used to be with no USBR grant funding. Now we've been able to include the $5 million, requiring after grants, requiring capital costs of $50 million after the $20 million total grants. And then we've annualized maintenance costs. And real quick summary of this, what we end up with is the cost per acre foot of desalter water. And then coming down here and comparing it to the existing cost of imported water from Cayugas, and also this calculation obviously looks 20 years out, so we include an increaser for that, and then look at using desalter water, which ends up being cheaper in the long run from the imported water over a 20-year period, is expected to save the $29 million. And then because our cost of producing the water is higher than the cost that Metropolitan Water District sells to Cayugas, we qualify for the MWD Local Resources Program, which explained in previous meetings to the council, where it's essentially the Metropolitan Water District providing funding to projects that are developing other sources of supply to get off the reliance of state imported water. So that LRP program generates another savings over 20 years of the $22 million for a total savings using desalter water versus imported water of $51 million. And that's at the scenario of having the $5 million USBR grant. We applied for up to $13 million in grant, and if we are successful, we will be reapplying for that. We expect another funding opportunity to be announced from USBR, and we will be pursuing that. And any additional grant monies obviously would increase that level of savings, and up to what's shown and calculated here is $62 million. So in short, by spending $70 million, the city will save $51 million over 20 years. If desalter water is not produced, the cost for the 3,800 acre feet over 20 years of imported water will be $173 million. So to summarize project benefits, the desalter treats an unusable source of water, enhancing long-term supply stability. Our wells A and B that are the source water wells for this project are nearly unusable due to the brackish water. And if they're not treated by the desalter, will have to be abandoned, those wells, and essentially leaving a 20-year supply of water unused. The desalter also is a major step towards compliance with the regional salts TMDL. And again, a lot of the effort getting going on this design and construction of the facility, that we are under a deadline of December of last year to have a contract issued, and that there is still a deadline. We were successful in getting that extended for the rest of this calendar year, with a deadline to be under contract by the end of 2019. But this is still a recognized project on the books for a need for compliance with the regional SALTS TMDL. And then the obvious benefit of saving expected savings of $51 million over 20 years with using the local source of water versus imported. And then that savings based on the lower cost of water, it really insulates the water rates from drastic increases in the future. Basically, lower cost of water reduces the future escalation and the overall cost to provide water. So next steps is to complete the design of the treatment facility, and that's expected to be done in roughly 6 months or August, and that includes the redesign of the cost reduction measures, additional project elements design, and then, as we mentioned in January at study session, we will be incorporating an independent peer review. And we got together and discussed how best to do this, and feel like it's going to give the most value to have a peer review performed by the operator of the facility, which we will be, and we're working through in the early stages of the selection process for the contract operator for the facility. They will bring a unique view of the operations standpoint to the overall facility, and will be part of their scope. We'll be back to council to award that contract, including a scope of work that will include this peer review, with the purpose of analyzing and looking at the treatment process, essentially a big independent view of any other cost-saving measures that could be incorporated. As far as scheduling and timing, we'll do our best to incorporate any changes into the redesign prior to going out to bid. There may be some follow-up items after bid and at the early parts of construction of other cost-saving measures that could be incorporated. All of the we have been in touch with the bidders on the project, and all of them recognize the need to take the opportunity to look at possible cost-saving measures even after a contract is awarded. So before we go out to bid, we'll come back and present the redesign results and the results of the updated cost estimate to City Council, and then we'll go out to bid. And the conveyance pipeline component will essentially be largely catching up through this redesign process, and we'll be on a similar schedule. Maybe not exactly the same for bidding and contract award, but it will be progressing along on a similar schedule. The bid period is expected to be September to November of this year, with contract award and a notice to proceed in December of this year and into January of next year. So with construction starting in January of 2020, essentially a 24-month period for construction and facility startup, complete, with startup occurring towards the end of 2021, with the plant being online at that point or early 2022. So that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to entertain questions.
All right, so we've heard the report. Does anybody have any questions this time? Susan, would you like to start us off, please?
Okay. I want to ask a little bit more about the peer review, if there's an estimate about what that kind of a cost. My concern is that there'll be a cost to the peer review, and then if they suggest more changes, then it's added cost to redesign again. So I'm
Right.
wondering what that looks
So
like.
we're not at the point to have that cost identified yet. We're finalizing essentially where we are is we've pre-qualified contract operators, and we're developing the detailed scope of work for an RFP that will be issued to those that we've shortlisted, and that'll have the tasks, the specific tasks for this peer review, and then we will be selecting based on a qualifications-based selection, and then negotiating the final scope and cost to perform that as we go through that process over the next several months. So don't have an idea of actual cost for that. yeah, it's just hard to put a figure on it right now. We do feel there will be essentially economies of scale, and that'll be a part of the operator's contract, which is going to be long term. They have a very vested interest in their input, their review and input, and any changes, especially obviously from the city's perspective of cost savings, but then also for efficiency and making the operations of the facility as good as possible for them, that because they'll be operating it. So, as far as additional costs, we will have to balance if what they identify and weigh what it's going to cost to redesign that and implement that versus how much cost reduction would really come out of that. So that's going to be one of the steps that they'll be performing through that peer review.
Okay. And then just, I'm trying to remember exactly what we spoke about with the LEED certification. Is not having the LEED certification, does that affect the grants? I thought there was some.
Right, we dug in deeper on that, and technically, no, it won't affect the grants if it's not LEED certified. What we intend to do is drop the pursuing the LEED certification name, basically, but incorporate those types of elements in the project, if you will, the lighting and the solar panel over the car parking area. I believe some of the landscaping, the pavers, the drainage. So essentially, the main components that would qualify for LEED will still be incorporated into the project. We just won't be going through the process, which adds cost to actually gain the certification.
Thanks.
John, you want to?
Dave, the $2 million in cost savings that was calculated by doing the redesign, was that calculated by the city or was that Brown and Caldwell? How did we come to that number?
Brown and Caldwell has estimated that.
Are they? I assume that they're fairly confident of $2 million. Is probably all we realize in savings.
Right. Again, as best as can be arrived at by on the estimating.
I would say I'd hope that there was a conservative number. I remember the bids coming back, and the building cost something, or the range of bids for the price of the building was somewhere between $5 to $8 million. The wall was almost $1 million. I know the landscaping was, I'm blanking on that. I think it was like either as low as $250,000, maybe upwards near even $500,000. Okay. In regards to the additional design elements, I don't know if I'm missing something. Wouldn't the additional design elements need to be identified and figured out prior to going to bid, which we had already done? Wouldn't those have been included in the whole bidding process?
So ideally, yes. And again, it came down to a timing issue of needing to get out to bid. So when we started the contract with Brown & Caldwell in 2017, the deadline at that time was known to be we needed to have a contract for construction signed by the end of 2018. Extremely aggressive schedule for design, which means design and bidding and let a contract, within a year and a few months. So knowing that, the effort being getting out to bid on a treatment facility, and there were several of these additional project elements that ideally would have been fully designed and incorporated, but we would not have been ready to go out to bid to be able to receive bids and negotiate a contract. And at that time, we had already extended the time schedule order deadline several times. Thanks to Lucy's incredible coordination and relationship with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, we've been able to extend that again for a year. Back at that time, it was, it was not a possibility to even think about going after an extension at that time. So, short answer to your question: yes, it's ideal to incorporate all that into a design before going out to bid. The timing requirements prevented that.
Now, this is obviously going to cost money. In a redesign, it's going to cost more money than what we had originally projected, because now we have these 4 additional elements that will go into the next bidding process. Have those 4 things, I didn't see it in the presentation, but have the additional cost of those 4 items been, well, I guess they're all designed, but from the treated water sewer pipelines, obviously we didn't design that. Did we incorporate that cost into the original?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's, sorry I didn't clarify that, but on that, I can just go back here real quick to that slide. So here showing what we presented in December at the $70 million total. We have the design, that $95,000 of design was incorporated into these design costs that are shown here. And then we have it's under this Lewis Road surge mitigation here, this $600,000.
Okay, that's where
is
that
what we
lies.
estimated at that time. It was 500 to 600 at this, I think, to end up round numbers to 70 million, we put it in at 600,000. So that was, because we knew it was going
Some
to
round cost was incorporated into the original cost estimate.
That's correct.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that didn't come as an extra surprise.
Right.
This slide here, actually. So you're projecting that with an extra 6 months of work and redesign and everything, we're only going to net out $400,000.
Best as we can estimate at this time, yeah. Right. And again, given the unknown bidding climate, and that's why I emphasize it may be zero savings. The bids may come in higher.
Yeah, and as someone in the construction industry myself, I'm a subcontractor, costs of everything are going up. Costs of labor continue to go up. Our cost of materials continue to go up. I keep getting letters from our suppliers as to costs going up. And a lot of them have told me that usually they increase costs once a year, and now they're going to a 6 month. Every 6 months, they're looking at possibly increasing prices on us. So that's something that I'm kind of I'm aware of. That is all the questions I have right now.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thanks, Kevin. Oops. There we go. I did the right button. Most of my questions are for you, Dave, but I know I'm going to have a question or two for Brown and Caldwell, and I think I see their representatives sitting out there. So at the
Yes.
appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, if I pose the question to Brown and Caldwell too, that's okay?
Bring them up.
Okay,
Sure.
great.
Just let me know, please.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I follow the math and follow the work that's going to be done. So bear with me for a second. And I'm going to start referring to the pages on the staff report. And I'm starting out with big page 1 on the staff report. So if I'm understanding it correctly, the initial contract was for, I want to see if my math is right, Dave, $2,917,518 with no contingency.
Correct.
And you add to that a design contingency of $292,000, correct?
Correct.
And then this item, this agreement would be an additional $591,223. So the total amount would be approximately $3,800,741 plus, that's for Brown and Caldwell, plus other soft costs. Am I doing the math correctly?
When you say plus other soft costs,
Well, we're gonna-
not part of this design agreement.
No, that's the 3.8 million is for Brown and Caldwell.
Correct.
On top of that, we're going to have several other soft costs, including soft costs that you labeled up in this
Correct.
slide,
Yeah.
and the work of a facility operator in terms of peer review, right?
Right.
Okay. And right now, we have grant funding at about, it's not on this slide, but about $20 million, correct? And we're going out to, we're going to continue to hunt for grant monies. But at this point, the way the financing lays out is that staff is anticipating somewhere around an $18.5 million bond issue. When you include in the funds that we have in our capital water funds, we would still need to go out for a pretty significant bond issue, right?
Correct.
Okay. On page 2 of the agenda report, I just got to make sure, and I want to follow up on a couple of questions that Sean asked. There were a number of items, 4 items in particular, that were additional project elements, and they amount to, this isn't the correct slide. The correct slide for that, it ended up being about $92,000. There you go. And it's task 2, design additional project elements. So let me just go through this and make sure I understand. Yeah, it would be, I'm focused on task 2 on this slide, okay? So the surge mitigation system is part of that additional design work, correct?
Correct.
And I'm understanding that only emerged as the design progressed. It could not have been foreseen? Is my understanding of that correct?
Correct. Yeah, right. In general, the understanding is a project like this may or may not need that, but to identify the need and scope it with a design cost and estimated construction cost isn't known until the design progresses far enough along.
Right. Okay. Now, I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. So, and I'm on page 2, members of the council, on down near the bottom of the page. Then the incorporation of the treated water and sewer pipelines from the conveyance pipeline design component, that was really a timing issue, right? If I'm understanding it correctly, isn't that because
Correct.
you were shifting from the overall design package into the treatment plant design package, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then number 3, the electrical service connection to the brine disposal metering vault, that was not foreseen because we couldn't have known those details at the time of the initial contract?
Correct, along with the process for which this connection, this metering vault is designed, is through a separate design effort. Actually, Cayugas does that. We're under an agreement to pay them for that. And one of the elements of that design is identified, we need electrical service, and there is nothing available right out there at the site. So most logical nearest place is going to be what we're going to build in the facility. So to provide that service, it needs to be incorporated into the Brown and Caldwell design.
Okay, which is, okay, so logically then you wouldn't have put that at the initial,
Correct.
at the initial, okay. And then finally, just to make sure I understand, the modification of the site entrance to meet Caltrans requirements, isn't that really fundamentally because of a change in location of the project from westerly of Lewis all the way out to where Lewis Road is? That's why those additional funds have to be spent, right? Because we had a
Yes.
change of location from the time the initial project contract was let, design contract was let, to now.
Yes.
Okay. So those 4 in the aggregate make up the task number 2, the 92,855, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, still staying with this 591,000. So if I subtract the 92,000 from the $591,000 subtotal, that is where you get the 498,000. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Sure.
Make sure I'm doing the math right.
It's listed here actually on the top too, but if you
On
want to
the
see the next slide, that's there too.
Yeah, but okay, so the redesign line at 490, that's how I get to 490. I'm just trying to do the math up there.
Yes.
That's how you get to the 498,000? Okay. On page 5 of the report, no, I'm wrong, sorry, pages 2 and 3. One of the 3 cost savings measures are for pipe materials and reviewing pipe materials. And it says, I quote, review pipe materials that may be more cost effective than the materials specified in the original design. And I remember the study session that we had, but in the attachment A from Brown and Caldwell, there's a sum total of 9 hours, that's it, to do that review. 2 things. One is that a sufficient amount of time to do that review? Because it sure seems like a small amount of time compared to all of the other hours that Brown and Caldwell is estimating for redesign.
Yeah, that's
Probably a Brown and Caldwell question, isn't it?
Yeah, if I could ask Andrew Lazenby from Brown and Caldwell to address that, or maybe Kirsten, depending on what they decide.
If I look at each line item in Brown and Caldwell's proposal, there's a sum total of 9 hours. Is that adequate?
Wouldn't mind stating your name, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Good evening. Andrew Lazenby, project manager from the Brown and Caldwell team. And if I understood your question correctly, it was under the cost reduction measures task, and one of them was for review of pipe materials from the preliminary design to see if we can come up with further cost savings for the city. And that is comprised of 9 hours to complete that work. So we would go back through the design, for all of the elements, including some of the treatment areas that we're not touching as part of the redesign efforts that Dave walked through. And it's the time that our team would take to see if we can realize any further cost savings for looking at alternative pipe materials for the project.
During the time we had our study, thank you very much for that, but during the time we had our study session, that doesn't, well, let me do this. That includes just a review of the pipeline, of the piping itself, the materials themselves in the pipeline. That doesn't include the, I'll just call it the guts of the system, the innards of the system in terms of the equipment, the layout, et cetera, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Am I correct in thinking that from a strategy standpoint, what city staff is doing is that would be the job not of Brown and Caldwell, but of the facility operator who would be providing that additional peer review to see if there are some other efficiencies in the project that we can put in, even though it's late, you know, we're almost at 100% design.
Correct.
Okay. So that's not going to be done by Brown and Caldwell. That's going to be done by a contract operator.
Correct.
Who has operational experience in these kind of facilities, right?
Right.
Okay. On the, out of the $591,000, 498 on redesign, were those prices discussed and negotiated with Brown and Caldwell?
Yes, so soon after, or even before, the December 19th meeting when we're approaching this project with the possibility of rejecting bids and moving into a redesign effort, we had already been in contact with Brown and Caldwell, exploring what we ended up with here for these redesign effort items. And you know, they knew, and we were in discussion with them on eventually moving forward to put together a scope and eventually a fee to perform that redesign once it was, you know, the actual scope and activities are identified. So, and then after the December 19th meeting, then we got further direction regarding the building and some other items at our study session in January, on January 9th. They progressed, and the next step was for them to submit a, you know, their scope and fee to perform that. So they did that.
What happened then?
And we received a draft and reviewed that, and that those costs and hours, and those were, along with our consultant, project management consultant, be able to trim that down. So there was reductions and negotiations take place there to end up with the task and the fee that we're at now.
Okay. All right. On component number 4 on page 3, which is the updating the opinion of the probable construction cost, the OPCC estimate, and this is probably a Brown and Caldwell question. The original opinion of probable construction cost, I think, was about, if I recall correctly, somewhere between $8.5 to $9 million off. In terms of the bid price versus the OPCC. And my purpose is not to embarrass you. My purpose is to ask why. Why was that estimate so far? I guess I'm asking a compound question. Let me try it this way. Why was it so far off? And number 2, what have we done? What have you done in the meantime to try to assure us that the next OPCC will be hopefully a little more accurate? That I didn't mean that to sound so loaded as it did, but let's just go from there. I'm trying to be direct.
No, I understand. And just a point of clarification, the final opinion of probable cost, the engineer's estimate was $38.6 million. The apparent low bid came in at $44.2 million, so $5.6 million off. So we do recognize
Fair enough.
that discrepancy.
Thank you. Fair enough.
And when those bid results came in, I can express on behalf of Brown and Caldwell, we're equally frustrated and disappointed that the bid results came that way, especially working with our team and city staff on delivering the design within the 12 months. It was frustrating to see those bids come in. But I can assure you that we put in the very tried and proven standard of care and due diligence that go into complex cost estimates such as this. We have a dedicated cost estimating team that works on projects as complex as this, as large as this, and larger across the country. They use the proven procedures by the AAECI policies, and we deliver the Class 1 estimate roughly about 3% lower than the typical range from the Class 1 percentages that are defined in the AACEI policies there. So we typically do our estimates in various stages. First, we do a detailed takeoff throughout the project for all of the areas, and everything from the civil and the yard design all the way through the buildings, the one that's in question today. Then we check means and other documentation on materials pricing, other process and pricing that goes into these estimates. And then finally, we put those into software packages that are readily used throughout the industry, and then do some true-ups. And those true-ups are what we look at local conditions. And after seeing the bid results that came in, we recognized last time we talked, this was in December, that we feel that that was the market conditions at that time seemed to be the gap that we had, and we'd be putting further diligence going through the next exercise of this estimate into really honing in on understanding better the local market conditions, in particular here in Camarillo, north of a major metropolitan area in Los Angeles. Through some of our outreach with some of the contractors for this project and others, prices are going up, and especially in areas outside of major metropolitan areas where they have a lot of work and they're busy, there may be premiums that are added on prevailing wage rates, even per diems for those laborers, contractors to commute out to areas that are out of major metropolitan areas where there are competing projects. So we've done as much background check and as best we can to better understand the discrepancy between our engineer's estimate that was done at the end of design through 3.5 months later that the bids came in. And at this time, we're really just putting that onto the market conditions, and we're going to be spending a lot more time through the next several months through the summer as we close in on the latest revision to the estimate to see if we can hone in on exactly what's going on in the market here in Camarillo.
So, and Sean will have a lot more sensitivity to this given his profession, but I guess I'm left to conclude that then that based on the post-bid work and analysis you've done, you've ascribed that differentiation or discrepancy, however you want to characterize it, as market conditions. Am I correct?
Yeah, without the detailed information from a contractor's bid to compare line by line with our engineer's estimate, we had a 200-page takeoff and estimate for the project. It's very difficult to hone in on exactly what that discrepancy was. And as I mentioned, we went through the very standard policies and procedures laid out that we follow across projects across the country on projects as complex as this, and recognize that at this point we think there just may have been a discrepancy there with the market conditions, and that's what we'll be spending a bit more time looking at over the summer.
Because my purpose here is not to look at you askance or cast out. It's just it was such a significant difference. It was approximately 15%. At least, over and above. If I just do my mental math here at 38 and adding 6 to it, then I get at least a 15% increase. And market conditions is a heck of a broad characterization. My purpose, though, is just really trying to make, because in my opinion, the OPCC is so important because it helps us look at where this project ought to be, because the costs have accelerated so much in the last year. We have to make sure that we have obviously confidence in the OPCC. So that's why I'm asking you these questions, not to pick at you. It's just to make sure that we understand what goes into your process, because we're also going to be spending. The recommendation is to spend an additional $26,000 on an OPCC update.
I do understand your concerns and questioning there. We take our estimating process very seriously. And after the bid results came in, we met with our estimating team with the information we had on hand to try to better understand that discrepancy. I wish we had more information so we could dive into it to see if there was something that may have been missed or not. But I can tell you we'll do that same standard of care and diligence that we put into all of our estimates, with our particular attention on local market conditions, and see if we can close that gap to give you that confidence back.
Yeah, and some of the market conditions are contractor, probably the shortage of contractors and specialty subs in this area. Some is materials, right? I mean,
Correct. Materials pricing or
and labor. not just labor, but it's a combination of both, right?
Correct. And then the proximity to major metropolitan areas as well. And we do look at that. We did look at that in preparing the estimate, but recognizing after the follow-up conversations with contractors and after seeing the bid results came in, we want to pay particular attention to that as we rebid the project and reestimate it.
Okay, all right. I appreciate those responses. Thank you. I've got a couple more, I think, for Mr. Klotzel, if I can. Thank you. Dave, can you put back on the PowerPoint for the showing the NPV desalter cost of water? Here we go. Okay, so if I'm looking at this right, we've got about, our current cost of imported water from Cayugas is about $1,528 per acre foot?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the city right now gets somewhere between 50 to 60% of its water supply from imported water through Cayugas?
Correct.
And that's a combination both of the State Water Project and Colorado Water?
I believe right now, and we typically don't get much Colorado water.
That's true. It's really much more state water, predominantly State Water Project. Okay. Well, that's a different subject in a couple of minutes. If I take, I'm not sure I'm following the savings from the MWD LRP and the savings using desalter water. If I take those numbers, how do I apply that on an per acre foot cost basis? What does that do to the acre foot cost per year? So if this desalter goes into play, it's built and it starts in operation in, I don't know, a couple of years. But let's say we get to 2025. What can I, as a city customer, expect to pay on an acre foot per year basis?
Well, the city customers.
Well, I'm trying to understand the gap.
I'm not going to have that.
Let me reframe it, because I didn't frame that right. I'm struggling with the difference between 1,528 AFY versus 1,891 AFY.
Sure. Yeah. And
how do I bridge that gap?
Right.
Using, I know.
What's being shown here is some of the baseline information. It's, we'd have to walk through the detailed calculations probably to specifically answer your question. Again, the purpose of this slide is to show the results of doing that calculation on looking at the cost of imported water, which at the 2018 rate of 1528, I believe in our calculations over 20 years, we've applied a 4% increase from Cayugas per year, which is relatively conservative from other rate increases that we've seen from Met and Cayugas for that. So the 1528 goes up every year over 20 years. The 1891 essentially is the annualized average of the capital cost and the operating cost all coming down into what is the average cost per acre foot of desalter water. And the bottom line is, if we only bought imported water, 3,800 acre feet over 20 years would be $173 million. With the calculations per year of desalter water over 20 years, the total cost is $143 million. So the 173 minus the 143 gets you the 30 million here. That's where that 30 million, 29,818 comes from.
Is it fair to say, though, that METS, the savings from MWD-LRP, that's designed so that the city would not pay more than the cost of state water at that time, right?
That's correct. And then
I should have led with that.
The other nuance there is it's not more than the 1528. It's more than the cost that Cayugas pays Met MWD for their water, which is lower because Cayugas adds on additional charges to deliver it to us.
Right, because they have wheeling charges and they have other capital charges.
So Metropolitan looks at their rate for selling water to Cayugas compared to the cost for us to produce water with the desalter, and that delta is what is essentially subsidized through this program through Met.
Right. And I'm not being critical when I ask this. I'm just trying to make sure I understand it. I framed it correctly.
I think, Mr. Tremblay, too, if I might just add, too, and maybe, Dave, you can jump in, there's a strong possibility that consumers will not have to purchase water softeners anymore if we're able to do this too. Is that still part of
Correct.
this equation as well, which could be somewhere up to 30 some odd dollars a month for those that have them? Mr. Richard?
But it's accurate. The way the project was envisioned, and I'm not being critical, this is what it is. A couple of years ago, I would have said, it appears, based on the estimated project costs at that point, that the ultimate cost on an acre-foot per year basis of the desalter was going to be less than state water. I can't say that now, but for the existence of this MWD LRP program, which on the back end provides those cost savings. Is that the right way to think of it?
Partly, but there still will be a point in time when desalter water per acre foot is going to be less than what we're paying Met, or than what we're paying Cayugas. It'll eventually, the balance will tip, and our cost of water will be significantly lower than what we would be paying if it was strictly imported. Hence, that's where that $30 million savings comes from, is directly.
Yeah, the 29.18.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Okay. So one last question. The benchmark study that you cited, that's principally, those are principally urban, if I'm understanding, those are urban jurisdictions, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, but based on your review of that with soft costs on a project, well, let me back up. What kinds of capital projects are those? Are those water projects?
They include, basically, instead of breaking it down by water projects, because there may be only a couple of those per year, they actually classify it as municipal facilities, which includes treatment plants.
Like wastewater treatment, POTWs?
Correct, correct.
Okay,
But also,
it's not transportation, right?
No. So the other categories they look at is streets, average soft cost 40%, pipeline projects, average soft cost 35%, and parks, average soft cost of 38%. And those are for the larger dollar amount projects. As the project size decreases, the soft cost percentage increases.
So the take-home message, it's kind of counterintuitive on the park and rec, but anyway. But so the take-home message then is that based on your review of the benchmark study, staff is satisfied that the ultimate soft cost component here is consistent with that benchmark study.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any more questions for now. I'm going to have some comments. But
Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions? David, just one for me, that do you feel anything that is proposed here would not be needed? In other words, I think you would not bring this forward if you didn't think that we needed to do it. But now that you've had another opportunity to see this and with the discussion here, are you still comfortable with what we're proposing here as something that would be beneficial for us to go forward with?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have any other questions here? Okay. We can start the comment. Would anybody like to start comments on this? Sure. Susan?
I'm having a lot of trouble with this because I'm seeing that the estimate is that we will save $400,000 and get much less because we're cutting out so many things to save money, but we're not. So I'm struggling with I'm struggling with this. I'm not sure, and I don't feel confident in the numbers. No offense. I just I think it's we're doing a lot of estimating and trying to estimate what's going to happen with construction costs and the estimate of the cost. So I'm just struggling with this. I'm seeing that we're not saving that much, and we're ending up with much less of a facility. So not in terms of it being able to do its functions, but with the things that we've cut out, and I'm having trouble grappling with that. So that's where I am right now.
Else? Sean?
Sure. I mean, going into this, I was optimistic that we'd be able to realize more savings than just the $2 million. Kind of like what I mentioned in my comments or my questions, is that we were revising the building, the wall, the landscaping. All those things comprise of a large amount of money, anywhere between excess of $6 million to $9.5 million. And we were either eliminating or significantly downsizing those three different elements, and to only realize $2 million in savings. I know, albeit it's a projected number, and I have some doubts in that number. I don't have 100% confidence that it could only be $2 million in savings, and that kind of raises a whole host of other questions and concerns of mine. But one thing I do agree with is that things are becoming more and more expensive as time progresses. The cost of labor is going up. The cost of materials are going up. At this point right now, we realize a $400,000 savings and a project that's going to look significantly less appealing. We eliminate essentially all the landscaping except that which is out front. We have a chain link fence with some slats in it. And then a building that's going to not look nearly as beautiful coming from Lewis. And Lewis Road is a gateway to our city in many respects. I'm not happy with the overall cost of this project as a whole. I see the necessity for this project, and can't necessarily throw out the entire project. I think that'd be irresponsible and reckless at this point. I think there are significant savings to be had, nonetheless, in doing the DeSalter project. The $1 million that you incorporated in anticipated increase in construction expenses and costs in the next year, or whenever this project goes out to bid again in about 6 to 7 months, that only comprises about 1.5% of the total projected cost. So 1.5%, if costs go at 1.5%, that's $1 million. And there's a lot. The longer we wait on this, then, the more we roll the dice in many respects, and from my opinion. And for only what is projected to be $400,000 in savings, $400,000 is a lot of money, but for the reduction in the quality of project that we're going to see, for me, it doesn't quite pencil out. So I'm not particularly supportive of pursuing this path. I'll be the first to say that I changed my mind, and that I'm not nearly as confident in this as I was a month and a half, 2 months ago when we first indicated that we wanted to go down this path and see what it would yield. I just personally I don't feel it's going to yield enough.
Tremblay?
Well, I have some contextual comments first in terms of having the project itself. I think, and Sean, I hear exactly what you're saying. I think there's no question in my mind that this project should move forward. There has been a very significant development in the last 2 weeks in California regarding the WaterFix project, and that just really brings home what's going on here in terms of our water supply. And I'm going to take a minute to explain it because I want people to understand how important, how significant it is. So as we all know, the governor has said that he's going to support decreasing the 2 tunnels for WaterFix in the Delta from 2 tunnels to 1 tunnel. Okay, what does that have to do with Camarillo? The answer is that, in excess of 50% of our water, city water supply, comes through imported water, most of which is directly derived from the State Water Project. And that's received through Callegas. And the reason for doing WaterFix in the first place, I mean, there are a number of reasons, but one of the most important reasons for doing WaterFix is the threat of earthquakes in the Delta. Because if we have a significant earthquake in the Delta, that's going to cause multiple levee failures, which is our current system of water conveyance. And the results, that will result in seawater and a loss of supply to Southern California and the Ventura County area specifically. And that is, I would say, it's extremely challenging. On January 11th, before Governor Newsom made, and I'm not criticizing the governor, but it is what it is. On January 11th, and I'm looking at data that's been supplied in the last couple of days from Cayugas Municipal Water District, from Susan Mulligan, at the last EDC meeting. On January 11th, we were looking at being approximately, and I know everybody's going to gasp, about 17 years from now from actually finishing WaterFix and the tunnels and the startup of the project. And that's the next 4 years in permitting and design and the 12 years after that, not for our desalter. I'm talking about WaterFix. Now going to one tunnel has changed that project, including to have to go back and do a modified environmental review, and the project timeline has slipped back anywhere between 5 to 10 years, in addition to what was already the lead time. So right now, water agencies in Ventura County are throwing up their hands going, what do we do? And like Cayugas, and they've got very, very serious concerns about their water supply. So the question is, their question, as ours should be as well, is, how do you protect your existing water resources and provide for new resources? So to me, that really puts this project in very clear focus in terms of what we need to do. I mean, it allows us to, in essence, double our local water production and reliability, and address environmental degradation in the PV basin. So for all those reasons, and we're complying with the regional board TMDLs, et cetera. So we've got to do this. That said, I'm really troubled by the amount of money, by the very little amount of money that we may get back in potential savings. I find it really difficult to support an additional, well, we're going to have additional project elements anyway of about $92,000, however we cut it. But I find it really difficult to support spending another $500,000 roughly, when the most that we can expect is about a $400,000 savings. Now, part of me says, hey, wait a minute, from a fiscal responsibility standpoint, we just want whatever's out there. I don't want, some people have said that it got designed to a gold-plated standard, okay? And I didn't use that phrase. That was by our colleague who said that. And I'm torn between thinking of it in that way versus simply wanting a project that works and that is efficient, and I don't really much care how it really looks. That said, saving $400,000 but throwing off the project for several months and spending, when I say $400,000, I mean a projected cost savings, but spending another $500,000 to get there doesn't really appeal to me. So I'm struggling with this. So those are my comments for now.
Okay, well, let's take a trip down memory lane here, if we could, a little bit here, and see how we all got here. This is almost, I think, 16 or 17 years in the making here. We had tremendous roadblocks put up, and I won't get into where the roadblocks were put up, but we had tremendous roadblocks that were put into place here. The fact of the matter is that we really didn't know how much this was going to cost us, because it's not like an assembly line here. This is a one-of-a-kind, unique situation that we're trying to fund here, and that is a desalter project here. So it's not like we were able to pick and choose. We had to do everything from the ground up, not from the top down. And I think it's important to remember that. And when the engineer estimate came out, quite frankly, and I'm just throwing stuff out there that at least from my point of view, we really didn't really know what it was going to cost us because it's so new and unique here. Now, it was oft, some $14-15 million, which surprised all of us up here. But I think if you look at what they talk about, the market conditions and the fact that we are not metropolitan, that's a big deal in this, because the people that are going to be constructing and designing this have got to come from the outside area. This is highly, highly technical stuff that they're going to be doing here. It's kind of like when they were building the hospital. Some of those construction firms came from the Fresno area because they had the expertise to do the work with OSHPD and the highly regulatory environment that we have to deal with. I did have a conversation with a gentleman, I just got back from Washington, D.C., who has built desalters, and I had unfortunately wasn't able to talk to him a whole lot, but he said the cost of desalters are going up all over the country because of the increase in construction costs and shortages of material. And another thing is shortages of quality workers. We've got a huge issue in this country. I'm not going to get on my soapbox about that, but we've got a huge issue with that. So I think we all have to bring that back into what are we trying to accomplish here. And I think what should be one of the prevailing points in all of this is that we have a situation that we find ourselves in right now, that we have a long-term source of water there, which in California is golden. That's golden here. And there will be increases in state water and metropolitan water here. We think it'll be somewhere around 4%, but who really knows? Again, we're into forecasting in this business. We're forecasting the future. We all have our little crystal balls here, and we're trying to look into the future here. But I think over a number of years, if we're lucky enough to get this on board, that the cost will start, the lines will cross, and it'll be somewhat, in some cases, some significant savings to our ratepayers. And if nothing else, it's going to be a long-term source of water, which is really, really important. Now, I get it. Look, I'm in retail. I understand the cost here. I have a tough time getting my arms around the cost here. But if you look at $400,000, that's still $400,000. It's not as much savings as we'd all like to have up here, but I think we really need to look at the future here, the long-term, way past any of our, situations we find ourselves in. But if you look at the long-term prospect of this, I do think that it would be beneficial if we can find a way to fund this. And I think everybody, my colleagues up here have made very, very strong and very, very good points up here. But I don't think it would be beneficial to wait any longer than what we have, because we don't know going out to bid what the bid numbers are going to be. We don't know that, but we do know the longer we wait, that at least the propensity for them to come in higher is possible. We have to remember that. So again, it's a lot of money. I do think we need to go forward with this, and I think it was brought up by several council members. There may be some other savings that we don't know about, but I would strongly recommend that we do go forward with this. And I know that there will be some other questions. I believe Mr. Tremblay had another follow-up. Please.
Thanks for that, Mr. Mayor. And I mean, we have a fundamental obligation, as far as I'm concerned, to protect and enhance our city's water supply, make sure that it's adequate. But let me just ask this as I'm just sitting here thinking about a potential alternative path. What if we were to spend the additional $92,000 in redesign costs, component number 2 on our big page 3, because we got to do that anyway. Mm-hmm. And without thinking about that from a timing standpoint, because I'm not quite sure where that comes in, and Brown and Caldwell can educate us on that. But if we were to spend that $92,000 and then rebid the project as is, and look at the bids that come in, and then deal with the possibility for some change orders during that process whereby we could take away some significant cost components like the fence and at least some portions of the building, because I don't want to have a gold-plated building. Is that an alternative path that both from, what would that look like both from a cost? We don't know exactly what I know what it would look like from a cost, I think, but we don't know the bid design, or the bid costs, or the bid proposals. But what would that look like from a timing standpoint? Because that seems to me that it would get us down the road to rebidding more quickly, would deal with the additional, the 92,000, the additional project components that we've got to do. What does that do to us from a time standpoint? Is that something that's feasible? And I'm thinking on the fly here, and I don't know. I'd like to have your thoughts.
In general, it would possibly be done quicker. Again, we'd probably have to have further discussion with Brown and Caldwell and think through any other nuances with that. Whether there would be significant time savings, not sure. And as far as process and timing, yes, other changes could be incorporated after the fact. That enters into typically a stronger position on the contractor side for negotiating cost reductions than implementing that during the design. So they're bidding on the reductions.
But we could rebid it. For example, we could rebid it as a deductive on our rebid proposal, right? We could have a number of deductive items, including the building, including the aspects of the building and the perimeter fencing, and include that as deductive items. I don't know. I mean, and we have Brown and Caldwell here. I'm not quite sure if they have an opinion on this, but I'm posing it on the fly. I'm just trying to figure out a potential, because otherwise, if we don't do this, I'm trying to address, Mr. Mayor, where we are, or what are we going to do as an alternative. So I'm going to re-ask my question. What does that do to us from a time standpoint?
Would need to ask input from either Lucy or Brown and Caldwell, some insight on that.
For the record, Lucy McGovern, city staff. So just kind of thinking things through is we have to bring back to council the authority to get permission to go out to bid again. So that won't happen until probably the latter part of March. Probably first meeting in March, 2 weeks from now. And then it'll take us, after we get that authority, another 6 to 8 weeks before we could put a package together. And then we could maybe award it, so we'd have a 2.5 month bid process, and now we're talking about
March, April,
middle of August, maybe, before we can actually come to you with an award. Possible award.
Yeah, thanks. Let me try and flesh through this. So, Lucy, if we did it that way, you'd be coming back in the second week with this construct, alternative construct. You'd be coming back maybe in the second week of March for authority to rebid.
Second meeting in March.
Thank you. I stand corrected. So late March.
I'd just like to interject in there. But you're saying the $92,000 worth of redesign would be completed by then? To be
No.
able to, no, right.
That's where the 6 to 8 weeks comes into play.
But we wouldn't seek authority to bid until we're completed with the redesign, or with the design elements and a complete package is put together.
But
Yeah, I was trying to figure out where that
Yeah,
where
but-
that $92,000 of redesign work would occur within that construct.
Yeah, it would probably be completed midway through the bid phase. It would be an addendum to the bid phase.
So you'd issue one or more addenda
Exactly.
to the bidders.
Yes. And actually, it's not just the 92,000, I'm sorry but we actually have to get cost estimates from Brown and Caldwell during the bid phase. We don't have, they're going to have to help us with the bid phase, putting together, answering questions from the contractors, putting the package together, doing the addendums and things like that. So it's actually a little bit more than the 92,000.
Well, you're right. It would be the 92,000 plus updating the OPCC. You wouldn't update the, okay, but you would have to, but under tasks number 5 and 6 on big page 3, Charlotte, sorry, I know you're catching up. You would have to add $92,000 plus $77,000 on the rebid phase services plus the project management. So you're probably talking about around $200,000.
Exactly.
But you would not, at the same time, you would not be doing a redesign of these cost reduction measures.
Right, and we would gain about 6 months.
Mr. Mulchay has a question. Please proceed.
On that, Mr. Tremblay brought up the bid phase services of $77,000. If the project is more or less unchanged, with the exception of the addendum for the additional design elements, and we're bidding out essentially the same project to the same pre-authorized bidders, 4 of which have already submitted bids in the past, would that cost still be $77,000, considering it's essentially
No.
the same thing?
Maybe not, maybe
Unless
not
they-
up to 77.
Right.
So this last bid phase, we got over 150 questions, over 7 addendum that we had to get issued. It generated a little bit of redesign and having to have the engineering staff look at that. So maybe we won't get 150, maybe be able to get maybe 50, I don't know. But it's an authority amount that they are allowed to use, and if they don't use it, then we don't spend it.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And just as an answer to your question about I'm sorry, I'm going back maybe half an hour ago, you were asking what's the difference of, what is a metropolitan local resources give us? Roughly about $300 an acre foot.
Oh, $300 an acre foot.
Yes. So if we're paying $1,500 today for that imported water, it's a $300 an acre foot discount, roughly over the next 20 years.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I ask, I got 2 more questions. On that, on the Metropolitan, and Mr. Kotzel can probably answer this as well. On the Metropolitan Water District subsidizing the desalter or the water, regardless of whether that is, they continue to increase at the 4% rate we've built into our projections over 20 years, or 4% every year for the next 20 years, or if it's 2%. Either way, they will subsidize the water below the rate of imported water. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so no matter what, they're going to work to make it cheaper than it is to import the water, regardless of what that percentage.
Right, as long as our total cost, which again includes total cost, operations, everything, total cost to produce our desalter water is higher than the cost that they sell the Cayugas, regardless of the percentage increase.
Right,
yes, that portion will be offset.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on the second question, this is about the bid process. Is it very common, because now that we're going to go out to the bids and knowing one of the factors for rejecting all the bids last time was that some of the bids were incomplete, particularly amongst the 3 lowest bidders. Is that very common for a project of this size and scope for any number of bidders, for 75% of the bidders to essentially submit what could be deemed incomplete bids?
Well,
proposals?
The incomplete portion was a select amount of forms that needed to be filled out, mainly related to federal requirements that we were included in there because the possibility of getting the federal grant, again, another unknown at the time.
Right.
So those, the incompleteness there was not really material to the costs associated with the project and the difference in the bids.
Yeah, I would just hope that the lowest bidder is submits a complete bid package.
Correct.
Which we
And
could consider.
Now, and one of the benefits in hindsight now of going through the bidding process, we do know some things that we can improve on our bid documents to circumvent that from happening in the future.
Okay.
So we're going to be implementing that also.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, could I add a comment on just in talking about this alternative construct of bidding in that? I mean, again, asked on the fly, our answers are on the fly. I would, in my professional opinion, is there'd be relatively little benefit to that type of change at this point without further follow-up and really digging into what that process is going to be to achieve a different approach, as you mentioned, Mr. Tremblay. And with coming up with addendums through the bidding process, and there's going to be design work required to implement that, yes, within that $92,855, but doing it under an addendum process is a different approach than doing it now under a redesign period again with the whole ideal end result having a complete design to be able to go out to bid with hopefully no addendums. Sometimes it still happens, but anyway, I hesitate to support a change without having additional time and effort put into what the benefit would be.
Understood, and I also understand the comment on, I mean, if there were 150 RFIs last time, you may get an equivalent amount utilizing that construct this time, if we were to go down that path. So I understand that answer.
Any other questions? Questions, Chris? Okay, so I think we've had a thorough discussion here tonight. Unless anybody wants to bring up anything else. So I'm going to ask what's the will of the council here on this. Charlotte, do you want to make any comments or anything on this thing? I know Mrs. Craven was at a very long meeting, so she's back
representing the cities.
representing the city. Yes. So.
Perhaps someone should summarize for Councilmember Craven's for her where we now stand, because it's a far cry from what this agenda item has proposed. So before you force the honorable council member to vote on something, I think we need to bring her up to speed. So do you have
I could abstain and let it be a yes.
Yeah, you could. But can you summarize prior to making your motion, please?
Yeah, let me try to lay it out. Dave, could you put up the cost slide that indicated where we are from a potential cost savings standpoint? Yeah. So, no. Project capital cost saving. There we go. It's, okay. So, Charlotte, in the estimated project costs slide, which I'd not seen before tonight, when you get right down to the end, the December 2018 estimated cost was at $70 million, and the February 2019 estimated cost at $69.6 million, which is also predicated on this whole redesign effort that's the subject of this staff report. So there was quite a bit of angst expressed by council members at going down this long path, spending this money, and coming up with about potentially, perhaps, but we really don't know because we're in a vacuum here, about $400,000 in cost savings. So I posed this alternative on the fly, which was what would happen if we were just to spend the $92,000 in additional redesign costs, plus we know we'd have to spend some additional money for bid phase services and project management. It's on page 3 of the...
Right, I'm looking at that.
So we would end up spending about $200,000 more if we put all those together instead of the $600,000. What would that get us in terms of timing? Could we get there faster if we just went ahead and spent the redesign money and did a rebid and then do some change orders some addenda during the bid process, and then some change orders for potentially taking, scaling back the building and the wall. So,
Because here it says redesign is 331,000, and you're using the term redesign, so I'm not
okay,
I'm following.
on your task number 1, the redesign of the cost reduction measures, that's the new stuff, okay?
Right.
In order to deal with the building.
Oh, you're down at
elimination
the
of
bottom
building,
of page.
Right. to deal
I'm
with the-
sorry.
That's $331,000 for task number 2 on design additional project elements. That incorporates the 4 project elements on page 2, which is the surge mitigation system, et cetera. Those things are going to need to be done anyway.
Right.
We're going to have to do them. We don't have a choice on that one. So what I did in order to get it to about the 200,000, Charlotte, is I added on page 3, I added task number 2, 5, and 6 together, and that comes out around $200,000. Although, as John mentioned, it may end up costing a lot less in bid phase services if we're just going out to a rebid with what we got.
Yeah.
Right. And so when you came in, I had posed that alternate
Okay.
construct on the fly to see whether or not it was even feasible from staff standpoint. Is that a fair
Yeah, but I think
summary?
you might also want to talk about Ms. McGovern saying that as far as the timing of this, it's really not going to save very much timing on this. And one of the whole ideas is try to get this bid wrapped up as fast as we can to get out to bid, because there's a strong potential with the increased cost in construction that the longer you wait, the higher the bid is going to come in at. So I think that was part of it.
That's
too,
fair.
right?
Yeah. So that's what we've been struggling with. While you've been at the other water meeting.
And not just that it's only 400,000 in savings, but it's also for a lesser building with all the cuts. So with the smaller or non-existent.
So it's going to be redesigned?
If we go through with the redesign and this estimate is correct, then it's a savings of $400,000 potentially, but for a building with different design.
Right. If we do the redesign, Charlotte, it's going to go from a sticks-up, traditional
Right.
building to the pre-engineered metal building.
Right.
So it'll be, it'll still be, we can debate about aesthetics. It'll just be different than what was originally envisioned. And as I found that as we tried to eliminate eliminate as much as we could to get the costs down, unfortunately, it is what it is. We're not able to eliminate that much. We have some specific components, but once you get beyond that, it's challenging to try to effectuate more cost savings. Anyway, that's where we have been as you came in. I recognize we've had a long conversation on this, but
So
it's important.
just to be clear, because the word redesign is what's confusing me. I think it's been used in 2 different ways. To redesign all these things over here at under the term that's used, redesign, in number 1, would involve doing the things that are not numbered, but administrative building, perimeter wall, and pipe materials. But then the word design is referring to the surge mitigation, the incorporation of treated water, and those 4 things. So when you said, I thought you said we were going to reduce costs, not do number 1, the redesign, but do number 2, the design. Is that?
That's correct.
Right.
Okay, so that's, when I asked before, I was getting confused because you were using the term redesign, and I thought we were cutting redesign.
I didn't articulate it right.
Okay,
But I meant task 1, we would drop the redesign completely.
right, and do number 2.
Do number 2, because we have to do number 2 anyway.
Right, well, it's a good thing. Now we don't have to have change orders for those things, right? If we'd let the contract a while back. Bad humor.
So what would be the downside of if we didn't do option number 1, Dave? What would Where would we get with that?
So,
some
I mean,
time.
what I'm understanding is essentially rebid the project as designed.
Pretty much.
With incorporating the additional project elements. Or am I understanding that still an effort to be included through addendum and then eventual change order after contract to incorporate some of the changes? That's not sort of real clear to me, and
Okay.
it would take more time to determine that. So are we still talking about replacing the block wall with a fence?
Yeah, what I laid out was drop component 1, drop the redesign of cost reduction measures at $331,000. That would not occur for purposes of going out to the rebid. We would have to do task 2, which is design additional project elements, and then tasks 5 and 6, or some portion thereof. Go ahead and rebid while you're doing the design services under task number 2, design additional project elements. And then I wondered out loud as to the feasibility of actually coming back and dealing with the administration building and the perimeter wall on a deductive basis, so we could try to get that as an alternate in a rebid, and say, okay, what if you were just to do a perimeter wall, a perimeter fence? What if you were just to do a metal engineered building? Could we pick up more cost savings that way without having to spend the $331,000? And could we do it faster?
Well,
That's-
isn't it
that's
still
where
going to have to be designed?
Yes. And I think that was a point that the Public Works Director has tried to make. And I think we need to be very honest and direct about that. If you're going to be putting out a bid package with deductive elements identified and say, hey, give us a price on deductive element number 1, 2, or 3, they need to be designed so that they can deduct, so they can make the deduction in the package. It's one thing to redesign a block wall to a fence. It's another thing to do what you're suggesting with the building, because we've already been through that process. And that's what was going to cost us $331,000. It's not just taking the stucco off the building and putting metal on. I mean, we really chopped that building down to its bare elements. So, even though I understand what you're saying, the fact of the matter is Brown and Caldwell is going to have spent a lot of money to do that.
But if we just ask them for a bid option, or however you word it, without the block wall, and then later added a chain link fence, I mean, surely the chain link fence part isn't going to require a tremendous redesign cost.
Right. Yeah.
And
That alone, but
if we
that's not.
took the fence off, put X's all through it and said, don't bid on the fence, but we're going to add that later, what would that do? How would that look?
Still have to design it though, don't we?
Well, it isn't going to cost a fortune to design a chain link fence going around it.
And again, these are items that we would have to have detailed discussions with Brown and Caldwell and the project team to put this construct together in a way that makes sense, and to put some numbers and hours and time to it, I believe, and then we'll need to come, I don't think, we'll need to come back to council with a revised amendment to Brown and Caldwell's agreement. So in that period of time, we would be developing the details of how that would actually look and happen to be able to, present to council for a decision.
Mr. Tremblay?
Changing this just slightly, the construct, what if we were to do both? What if we were to go ahead, I suppose another way to do this is to approve this agreement and then rebid the project with these components included and without the components that have already been designed in terms of the administration building and the block wall, and then bid on a separate concurrent bid sheet how it's been redesigned. And that gets to, I think, Susan, one of the issues you had, which is, well, how much more are we spending for this admin building? Because then you could see on the rebids, 2 parallel paths on the rebids, how much each track is going to cost and how much we're saving. Does that?
No, but if we're going to already pay to have it redesigned,
Well, the
they
question.
can't bid on what hasn't been designed.
No, what I'm saying is we already have the design for the building and the block wall and the pipelines the way they are.
Not the other option.
But if we were to design it for the other option, then you could conceivably rebid the option rebid the construct as it currently is, and then bid it as it's changed. In other words, you say, I want 2 bids from you, Mr. Contractor. I want a bid from you that contains the bid for the administration building and the block wall, and these pipelines the way they've been originally designed. And I would also like you to offer a concurrent bid for these elements that are gone.
Mr. Mayor.
We're going to lose bidders.
May I interject? I think it might be timely for us to take a break, handle one of our study sessions that doesn't include the Public Works Director. Have the Public Works Director meet with Brown and Caldwell and the team, discuss some of these items, and then after our public hearing, we come back and we continue discussing this item. Because honestly, as smart as all you folks are, you're not the experts in how to bid this project.
Right.
So let's get some brains on this who can really, help us focus this discussion, and then we can have a better discussion about it.
Okay, so without question, we will recess until 7:30.
Public Works is right.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene the City Council meeting, please. And let's do a roll call, if you would. Ms. Madeline, please.
Councilmember Santangelo. Here. Councilmember Molche.
Present.
Councilmember Craven.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tremblay. Here. Mayor Kildee.
Here. Ms. Santangelo, would you like to lead us tonight, please?
Hand over heart, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Public safety, we don't have any items, so that, excuse me, gets us down to public comment. I do have some cards, and I will bring you up accordingly, please. The first is Vishnu Patel. I hope I pronounced that right. Yeah, please come up. The microphone, Vishnu, if you, we have 3 minutes. If you would keep your comments to 3 minutes, I'd appreciate it. And did I pronounce your first name right?
Yes, that's
Thank
correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Vishnu Patel, local pharmacist. Been in Camarillo for last 30 years. And I would just earlier hear previous comment about the project of desalinization water. And at my knowledge, I know people drink bottled water, but the natural water or tap water is better for health. So I wanted to make sure city, before they go for the project, look into the long-term health issue especially like thyroid or diabetes, what is the benefit over natural water over desalination water? And that's all I have request for it.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Matt Lorimer. Matt? Again, Matt, 3 minutes. I know you know that, but appreciate it.
I know
Thank
that.
you.
I just flew in from Texas with my helicopter. So the first thing I want to talk about is 2 weeks ago we had a city council meeting, and I think there's an important word we should learn: transparency. So we did the budget up there. We gave the city $220,000, and the problem is people said, some councilmen said, oh, well, you know, this is for the districting and all that. Let me tell you, when you have a checkbook, you usually write what it's for. So it's not very transparent when you have something on a screen and you're giving the city attorney $220,000, and I hear a few councilmen go, oh, well, it's for this and that. The bottom line is, Mr. City Manager, you make $300K a year. I think when you have staff, they have responsibility. I would like to see 3 words: districting, Starbucks coffee, his Tesla payment, whatever it is, it should be something on there. It was missing. It wasn't transparent. So in the future, when you run any kind of budget, there has to be something. You just don't put $220,000 in the city attorney and go, hey, by the way, we talked in the back room. None of the public knows it, knows what's going on. The next thing I want to talk about, Mr. Kildee and Charlotte Craven, you voted. Let me remind you, Chick-fil-A tried to open a restaurant over there in the factory outlets. I remember that. It was turned down. Why was it turned down? Because it didn't have a drive-through there, and it would have caused smog. It was turned down.
It did have a drive-through.
No, it didn't. And we can talk about that later. It didn't. Over there, it had a drive-through, but you used that in a way to kill it because you said that the cars were idling and creating smog. So now we find out that America's Tire Store, it's going to be moved, and it looks like we're going to have a Starbucks, another one. Like every city needs 5 Starbucks with drive-ins. So this one doesn't have a drive-in currently, correct? So how do you leap? How does the city leap from approving that project that's coming up versus that one? Now, we will see what happens. A Starbucks there? Great. You want another Starbucks? Great. I know you guys all need a little closer to go for coffee, but the point is it shouldn't be a drive-through. The city went on record and probably will get sued if you put a drive-through there because the policy was if you don't have an existing site that didn't have a drive-through, that it was going to cause smog. Oh, we can't do that. Sorry, Chick-fil-A, you're out of the thing. So now we have Starbucks somehow has convinced somebody that we're going to move America's Tire Store and put a drive-through in there. Well, that's going to be very interesting how you sell that because you're crossing policies. So we'll see what happens in that. And, you know, by the way, I think it's important that anybody comes here and speaks because the time is the people's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Brian Morris. Brian. Again, Brian, 3 minutes if you would. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Honorable Council.
Brian, can you move there? Thank you.
My name is Brian Morris, and I live in Camarillo Springs. I'm a Palmaris Townhomes HOA Board Director, and I design and equip restaurants for a living. On December 27, 2017, I attended a Camarillo City Council meeting in which a referral was granted to a developer named New Urban West. The referral is to replace the Camarillo Springs Golf Course with 300 new homes. On my way home that evening, I decided to organize a Pose Camarillo Springs building, and we are now well over 400 members strong and growing. We are approximately 10 times the size of the New Urban West plan's proponents. We are not a bunch of malcontents looking for a fight. We're Camarillo Springs homeowners and residents of the city of Camarillo. We have varying concerns about this construction project. Some are concerned about traffic, which sadly I've been informed it will not be considered as a factor in the EIR evaluation of the proposal. More are concerned about abundant wildlife who make their homes in, around, and on the golf course. The golf course is bordered by the Santa Monica Mountains Wildlife Migration Corridor. We have endangered species living on the property. The golf course is built on a crucial and much-needed floodplain. The developer's flood control plan is faulty. The golf course is peppered with nearly 100-year-old abandoned oil and gas wells. How much drinking water are we going to buy to support this addition? This is a public golf course. It's the largest recreation area in Camarillo, and we're considering scraping it off for more homes that are not needed. Our group has no funding. We're not supported by New Urban West, as the proponents are, with free facilities, staff, promotional, and financial support. We're just neighbors trying to save our neighborhood. Please fast-track this referral and deny it. For 2 years now, I've heard all the experts say this plan will never get approved. Even the proponents of this plan told me that. We're facing big money. Ron Richards and New Urban West own a history of dirty tricks and endless legal challenges. Just research Escondido, San Ramon, Palm Desert, Chino Hills, and others. We don't want this referral to turn into an endless battle as the other properties are in today. Is that where we want our tax dollars to go? Our property values are suffering. Neighbors are turning against neighbors. People's plans are on hold. Again, please fast track and deny. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Terry Denson. Is Terry here? Okay. Again, Terry, 3 minutes if you could. I appreciate it.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Recent rainstorms have tested Conejo Creek. The portion under the 101 was running at near capacity several times recently. Thankfully, the floodplain on the Camarillo Springs Golf Course functioned properly. It captured runoff and prevented additional overflow to Conejo Creek and surrounding areas. I've lived in Camarillo Springs since 1991. The existing Camarillo Springs Golf Course works as a floodplain. It has been tested. Freshwater runoff percolates to recharge the aquifer. Natural springs and wetlands host resident and migrating wildlife. The residents of Camarillo and surrounding communities enjoy recreational activities. A developer has arrived. They came over the grade, looked at a lovely functioning community, and saw a chance to make lots of money. They want to build condos, hundreds of them, but they have a problem. They want to build those condos on that functioning floodplain, and it's in their way. So they've hired engineers to solve their problem. It's early, but preliminary sketches indicate that they plan to dig up a significant portion of the existing floodplain and mature vegetation on this course, use the soil to build a plateau about 10 feet high for 300 townhomes, divert freshwater storm runoff from the destroyed golf course with a system of underground and above-ground concrete and steel pipes, culverts, and soil berms. Their plans are based on historical data and computer simulations. No computer simulations would have predicted how dramatically conditions in Camarillo have changed over the past 6 years. The developer's engineers hope to convince you that their flood control plan will work so you can approve it, let them bring in their big earth movers, build their condos, pocket the profits, and leave. But who will be responsible for maintaining those culverts and berms and pipes when the developer leaves? Who will be on the hook if the system fails or requires repairs or upgrades later? Who will be liable for a system based on obsolete data or faulty assumptions, or one built by the developer's low-bid contractors tasked with maximizing profits? Who will pay the bills and assume liability down the road? It's likely that it will be the city of Camarillo. We know the Camarillo Springs Golf Course floodplain works the way it should. Please don't forget that when the rains stop, because the rains will come again. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. I don't have any more blue cards for public comments. Anybody else like to make a public comment, a non-agenda item? All right. So that will get us down to the public hearings, and it's a district election public hearing number 1, composition of the city's voting districts. Mr. Tully, is that going to be you tonight?
It certainly will be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. On January 9th, City Council adopted...
Can you really speak into that a little closer, Tully, please? Thank you.
How's that? Is that better?
That's better.
Then I can't see. On January 9th, City Council adopted a resolution declaring the city's intent to transition from at-large to district-based elections pursuant to Elections Code Section 10010, and that's why we're here this evening. Pursuant to that same section, the city is required to hold 2 public hearings within a 30-day period before commencing with the drawing of any draft maps for the proposed voting districts in order to receive public input regarding the composition of the districts. The public hearing tonight is the first of those 2 hearings, and the second will be on March 27th, 2019. To facilitate the discussion we have with us tonight, National Demographics Corporation, and they will be giving us a presentation as well as answering any questions and offering suggestions to City Council. However, before they step forward, I also want to indicate that we do have Spanish interpretation available tonight, and I will ask one or both of our interpreters to step forward for a moment.
Buenas tardes. Tenemos un servicio de interpretación simultánea. De haber alguien aquí que necesite la traducción al español, por favor, nos lo hacen saber. Tenemos equipo en la parte de atrás.
Thank you. I couldn't have said that better myself. As a matter of fact, that's why I asked them to step forward, because I couldn't say that myself. And now, before I say anything else foolish, I'd just like to introduce Doug Johnson and Robert McIntyre from National Demographics Corporation, and they'll take it from here.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind repeating your name again, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you. So, good evening. I'm Doug Johnson from National Demographics, and this is Robert McIntyre. So it's our pleasure to be with you this evening. And it's our pleasure to work with you on this interesting process as the city works its way through it. There you go. So just a little bit of background. At this point in this region, people are probably fairly familiar with the California Voting Rights Act, but it is new to Camarillo. So the law is loosely based on the Federal Voting Rights Act, which most people have heard about. It's in the news a lot. And the federal law has been around since 1965. We know it pretty well. It's been through hundreds of lawsuits, and all the thresholds and precedents have been fairly well set. And what that law has is 4 tests. And a jurisdiction has to fail all 4 tests before it can be forced into district elections or found liable of a violation. What the California law did is it took those 4 tests and it got rid of the 2 tests that are the center of almost every federal case. So no longer does the protected class population need to be large enough to be a majority of a district. And no longer does there have to be indications that race is either overtly or covertly driving voting decisions. Under the California law, all you have to fail is this statistical analysis showing a correlation. There's no need to show any causation between voting patterns among a protected class, generally in California Latinos, voters, and the other voters in the jurisdiction. So it's made it much, much easier for plaintiffs to win these cases. And it is worth emphasizing that there's no longer any need to show any history of discrimination or prejudice or anything like that. It's simply you failed the statistical analysis and you're liable. So that has led to an explosion in challenges, and just about everyone's just switching. So in the top left you can see we actually just updated these numbers, and they change almost daily. But we're now, we're now aware of 177 school districts that have been through the transition process to district elections, and I'm sure there's some that we missed in our counts. 28 community college districts. Just checked, the latest number is 116 cities. One thing to note is that before this law, there were only 29 cities that had district elections. So we've gone from 29 to 145 in the space of about 10 years or less. So the 116 is those that have transitioned, and we had 29 already there. So that's that. It's only one county board of supervisors because the other 57 were already by districts. So the last county got sued and switched. And now we're seeing a lot of activity in special districts, water districts, hospital districts, airport districts. All those jurisdictions are now starting to see challenges and having to make this change as well. And the reason for this is not that this 300 jurisdictions are violating anyone's voting rights or violating anyone's civil rights or showing discrimination, it's financial. That's why we call it a quiet tsunami is sweeping across the state. On the right, you can see the settlements of jurisdictions that fought or that didn't act or that were before the new kind of settlement provisions. And I'm sure you've heard of Palmdale, $4.7 million. Modesto, huge, $3 million. And this is just what's paid to the plaintiffs. And so the jurisdictions have all been switching and not fighting because they just don't have that much money to spare. Recently, we've had obviously a couple of big headlines. Palmdale was always the one that fought tooth and nail and lost. Now Santa Clara and Santa Monica have both fought. Both of them are appealing. But Santa Clara spent, actually that number's out of date. We got new numbers recently from the city. They've actually spent $800,000 on their defense, and they just fought the fee award and they won. They got the fee award reduced from $4.2 million to only $3.15 million. So, ouch. They're appealing that. And then Santa Monica is the big one. They have not disclosed how much they spent on their defense, but estimates are somewhere between $5 and $8 million spent on their defense. And certainly the fee award, if they don't win on their appeal, will be even higher. So it's the money figures that are driving this big wave. It's making this transition is not any indication of violating any laws or prejudice or discrimination or anything like that. In terms of the process, as was just mentioned, this is the first of the two initial hearings. The law is a little unusual in that the way the state requires it, we have to do these two hearings before there's any draft maps. So these are informational. It'll be essentially the same presentation at both of them. And the goal is to get the word out and let people weigh in on what they think the draft map should look like before any official draft maps are drawn. So once we get through these, have some time for the public to submit maps, then we'll move on to actually releasing all the publicly drawn and our consultants drawn maps. And then there'll be at least two more hearings about those before the final hearing and adoption. And we're in a little bit of a weird spot timing-wise. Because once you have district elections, after every census, you have to update those lines. And so the census will be held in 2020, but the data doesn't come out until 2021. And so the map you adopt through this process will be used for your 2020 election, and the 2 seats that are up in 2020 will be, the election will be held by district. Then the map will be updated following the 2021 census, or 2020 census. In 2021, the map will be updated before those 2022 seats ever hold an election. It's a little weird, but there's about 30 jurisdictions going through this process right now, and we're all in the same boat. It's just the result of the timing. So in terms of big picture on the process and the rules, there are 3 must-dos. The federal laws on the left are our requirements. We must have an essentially equal population in each district. There's a few percentage spread either way, but it's really, really strict requirement. We also must comply with the Federal Voting Rights Act, which says that if there's a neighborhood that is heavily made up of a protected class, so Asian Americans, Latinos, African Americans, or Native Americans, then that neighborhood cannot be divided in a way that dilutes their voting strength. And at the same time, the third requirement is no racial gerrymandering. So you're going to see with Robert in just a minute a map showing kind of estimates of the ethnicity of each city block in the city. They'll be color shaded to show you the percentages. You can't take a pen and draw around the color shadings based on the color shadings. What the law says is race cannot be the predominant factor. So when I talked about the Federal Voting Rights Act, I talked about neighborhoods that are heavily made up of a given protected class. We want to try to draw a map based on neighborhoods, not city block by city block, looking at where ethnicity becomes predominant. So those are the requirements. We have to do that. Your legal counsel and NDC will work together to make sure that all the maps come to you either comply or have a big red stamp saying this is a concern. Where the decisions come down and where the public and ultimately the council really get to weigh in is on what we call traditional redistricting principles. And this list is the traditional list. One of the things that you have is considering an adoption of a resolution of criteria where you can really specify which of these you want to focus on, or you can just go with the standard list. First is communities of interest. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. That's roughly your neighborhoods, but there's some added twist to that. Then we want the districts to be compact and contiguous and follow visible features. All three of these are so that they're easy for the voters to understand. When a resident wants to go out and knock on doors for a candidate and get their friends to knock on doors, we want it to be easy to know which doors to knock on. And that's a lot easier if the lines go from the highway to the freeway than if it's up this street and over that street and that kind of thing. And then one of the criterion that is a traditional principle is respecting the voters' choices and empowering the voters by trying to avoid putting current council members in the same seat. And often this kind of people say, what is that? And I say, well, really it's empowering the voters because it's letting the voters decide which council members have earned re-election. If two council members end up in the same seat, well, then the voters, it doesn't matter if the voters think they both deserve re-election, they can only have one. And so one of the things to define if this is a criterion is it's not like Congress where they go through voting patterns neighborhood by neighborhood and they only pick their supporters. That's not what we're talking about here. We're simply saying not having two council members in the same seat is a goal, and I do note it is a goal, it's not a requirement. So it's something we aim to do, especially if the issue is can we move this line one block over. So that's something we do recommend as one of the criterions, but it's not a requirement. And then plan future growth. We mention it, but it's grayed out because, as I mentioned, this map will only be used in 2020. There's not a lot of growth that's going to happen between now and 2020. But I don't want it to be a surprise when you come back to this in 2021, and that, when you revise the lines then, they'll be in place for the whole decade. So that would be a time where you really want to take into account plan future growth and try to underpopulate your fast-growing areas and overpopulate your slow-growing areas. But just want to mention it so it's not a surprise. So with that, I'm going to turn to Robert. He's going to walk through a little bit of your local demographics and how these things actually apply to Camarillo.
Good evening. My name is Robert McIntyre. It's a pleasure to be here. One of the major factors we have to look at, as you've heard Dr. Johnson mention, is the makeup of the population of Camarillo. And so there, at the 2010 census, there were roughly 65,200 people living within your jurisdiction. And of those, you can see the breakdown of the population was roughly 23% Hispanic, 62% Caucasian, 2% African American, and 11% Asian American. And on the left box, you can see we have to look at not only the total population, because we will population balance based on the 2010 census numbers for this iteration of your maps, but we have to look at the citizen voting age population numbers when we look at the protected class voters. So in this case, we see that Hispanic voters at 19% and Asian American voters at roughly 10% are statistically significant groups and could, depending on how compact they are living within your city boundaries, could have an impact on elections within a district or two. Also, if the city decides to maintain the 5-district current setting, that would mean each district would be roughly 13,040 voters for a population balance. So one of the things we need to do is look where the protected class voters live. And as we said, the Asian Americans were roughly 10% of the citizen voting age population. And we can see you have a significant portion, and the color coding legend is on the right there. So when we look at that medium blue, that's 25 to 35% on the large block on the left. But as you can tell, there's not a ton of housing tracts in that area. So there are definitely people there, but it's not your densest part of town on the west side of town. And on the northeast side of town, that's a little more dense part of town, and you have another significant group of Asian Americans living on that side of town.
Do you have
a pointer?
Yeah, do you have that where you can? Thank you.
So right in here, the blue we're looking at, the blue blocks, and even that little green, and then on this side. But on this side, you can see there's not so many housing tracts based on in 2010. And so it's a bigger looking block because it's just a bigger area with fewer people in it. Whereas over here you have slightly denser population units. Looking at the same information for Latinos, which were 19% of your citizen voting age population and 23% of your total population, we can see that there are much denser areas of town along the 101 freeway, especially where the 101 meets the railroad tracks, right over here, not too far down the street actually. And so that's where you have your most dense populations of Latinos within your community. And so as we start looking at drawing maps, you heard Dr. Johnson talk about the idea of not intentionally diluting or separating kind of these densely packed pockets of protected class voters so as to dilute their voting strength. And so these are the areas we're going to start looking at as we start drawing, we start having the conversation around neighborhoods and communities of interest, especially around these particular densely packed areas of town. Also at the bottom, you can see there is a voting block over here, but there's only 11 people living in that census block, so it shows a 75 to 100% Latino grouping, but very, very few people. So it looks big and important. It is important to those 11 people, but in this case, not a large statistical block. And there was no concentration of African Americans or Native Americans within your jurisdiction. So Dr. Johnson mentioned the idea of communities of interest. And communities of interest is kind of a really neat concept because it really means it's what's important to you. And so for some of us, if we have young kids, we're really attached to our elementary school district boundaries. You know, that's important to us. To others of us, we really are attached to our park or other landmarks in town, but it could mean other things. For example, you know, those of us who went to SC, fight on, I want neighbors around me who went to SC. But it could also be around other things, such as education, linguistics. And some of the things we do see is while some communities of interest want to be grouped together because of their commonality, others we see sometimes with senior centers want to have 2 representatives. So they actually want to be split because they want 2 representatives that they feel like they could reach out to if they have issues. And so we do want to hear where communities of interest want to be put together and where they want to be separated. Those are also valuable pieces of information. So what does that mean from a policy and mapping conversation when you look at the ideas of the Federal Voting Rights Act, the traditional communities, or the traditional criteria? Well, Dr. Johnson talked about compact maps. So here, the Compton map is actually a very good example of what a compact map would look like, where you only see little kind of zigs and zags within kind of a normal square or circular area just to offset for population balancing. On the right, you have Glendale Unified School District, and they've got that nice, neat mountain running right through here where there's nobody living on the side of the mountain. But the breakup was done in a way that kept each region fairly compact and dealt with the density variances across the city. Some other policy decisions you might see, Pasadena and South Pasadena are great examples. Pasadena, each of the council members felt like it was important that they were each part of the economic driver or interested in the economic driver or engine of their community, Colorado Boulevard. And so that's why some of the choices were made on how each council member touches Colorado Boulevard there. When we look at South Pasadena, the conversation with South Pasadena from a policy perspective was very much, you have very different, diverse types of communities between North and South. And so every council member wanted to represent a cross-section of society within their community. And so that was what the effort was here with the north to south map you see. And on the top right was Central Unified, the high population dense business areas up in the northeast, but this is all rural farmland out here. And so every council member wanted to cross section so they represented not only city but the farmland as well. And so different policy decisions that weigh in we're basically providing you examples on what other jurisdictions have done as they're weighing in and making choices for drawing lines within their jurisdiction. So with that, Dr. Johnson is going to review some of the mapping choices that your staff has made available for yourself and the community, and then we'll answer your questions.
Yeah, so one option we offer, and this is not required, but the city has chosen to do it, is mapping tools. So I actually love this because you're used to the city has a policy and people come to this podium and say, yes, I like this policy, or no, how dare you consider this policy. Well, in this case, with these tools that we're making available, someone comes up and says, I hate the map you're looking at. You hand them a tool and say, fix it. The public gets to draw their own maps, and it leads to a very interesting dialogue and different approach of people understanding the choices because they've wrestled with them themselves. And one thing we emphasize is that we have a number of tools, and people have different levels of comfort with each of them, so they should use a tool they're comfortable with. If someone wants to just take a map of the city and draw lines on it, thrilled. We will take that, we'll put it in our computers. If it's not population balanced, we'll send it back to them and say, do you want to try to population balance this? Or just put it in as it is an idea, even though it's not a legal map. But for those that want to get into the weeds a little more and get into the details, there's different levels of tool available. So the first is a simple one-page participation kit. And this will be going up on the city's website. We actually just finished it a couple of hours ago, so it's not there yet. But it'll be going up on the city's website. And what this is we've divided the city into units of geography that we call population units. They're really a practical tool We try to make enough of them that people have flexibility to draw the map that they want, but not too many that they're overwhelmed by the math of adding it up. Simply print it out, figure out the area you want in a district, and add up those numbers. Those are the total population numbers for each of the little areas. And then once you get to, there we go. The 13,040 target with no more than, I mentioned there's a little bit of flexibility. There can be no more than 1,304 people difference between the biggest and smallest. And so once they get the city drawn up, they send this in, and we put it in our computers and confirm their numbers, and that becomes a map that goes in the packet. If the adding up all the numbers is a little much, or if they want to get into the demographics of the districts and the user is comfortable with Excel, well, then we have another version where instead of population counts, each of these numbers is just an ID number, and there's an Excel file. And they simply go down the Excel file and they enter the district where they want that population unit assigned, and Excel does the math for them. And it tells them if it's population balance and generates the demographics of the district so that they can see those numbers and they don't have to do the math themselves. We always say don't try to learn Excel to do this. It's not worth it. But more and more people are experienced and comfortable with Excel now that they find this handy and useful. And we're starting to get more and more people that actually like unlock the spreadsheet and start doing all kinds of their own analysis and math. And it's kind of fun to see that. That's what we want to see, is people digging into this and really getting interested. And so these two are both available. We sent them over and they'll be up on the city website soon. The other one that takes a little longer to prepare, and so I'm showing you the Redwood City just as a sample site because our technical team is building the Camarillo one. This is actually online mapping, where city block by city block, using the same data that we have on our expensive redistricting computers, people can draw their own maps and submit their own maps. So you can see there's a lot more data. This is a one-page reference thing. We'll send it over as a printout that people can print out. We definitely recommend they print it out because the tool, unfortunately, was written in 2009, and it feels like it was written in 2009. There's no doubt. What we find is about half the people get into it, get frustrated, and go back to one of the other tools. The other half get into it, get over that learning curve, which is tough, and then they love it. Almost no one submits one map. Once you figure it out, then they submit 2, 3, 4 maps doing different things. So, it's zoom in, zoom out, just like you would on other programs. A lot of data. I won't go through all the details. We'll have this live before the next meeting, so we can actually show the site at the next hearing. But it does let people, they can color in the map with those Latino percentages that you just saw, or the Asian American percentages. And then as they live pick city block by city block, the numbers will change and they'll see the demographics of the map they're doing. One thing we do emphasize, though, as people draw maps, is that it's highly likely none of the initial draft maps will be the final map. Part of this process is discussing and trading off, and usually the final map ends up being, oh, let's take the west side from map A and the east side from map B and put them together somehow. So we always encourage people when they send in their maps to explain their thinking. What are they looking for? What happens 90% of the time is someone spends like 4 hours getting their district around their neighborhood just right. And then in about 20 minutes, they throw together the rest of the numbers for the rest of the city and don't really pay attention. Well, someone on the far side of town hates that map because they're in the thrown together part. If you submit a note saying, I really think District 1 should be exactly this because I live there and this is what it does, and then I just population balance the rest, the other person knows to take your map and just clean up the east side. If all you do is submit your map, that person comes to this podium and says, map A is a piece of junk. So it's important to share the thinking, because often what happens is someone shares an idea, an illustration idea, and that idea makes it into the final map, even though their map isn't the one adopted. So when you hit submit a map up here, you can first check to make sure your map is contiguous and has all the areas assigned. And then when you hit submit map, it actually asks you to type in a description of your map and what your goals are, so that it prompts that comment. But again, these are all optional. People can still come up here and just say, I like map A, I don't like map B. But for those that want to get their hands dirty and really get into this, we applaud the city for putting these out, and we look forward to working with people on how to do them. Also, there's Contact Us that has like our cell phone numbers and email addresses, so we're happy to work. We can even go so far as like to WebEx with somebody's screen and help them through if they run into trouble. I will say one thing that often comes up is that you get 10, 15, 20 maps, and at first glance that doesn't seem like a lot. But there are only so many ways to draw up the city. If you get 5 or 6 maps from the public, you probably have a pretty good cross-section of the options. We'll add things in to make sure you have a good cross-section, but don't expect 500 maps. A, that'd be overwhelming, and B, there just aren't that many ways to draw the city. What we're really hoping for is somewhere between 5 and 30 would be great. So that's our presentation. The goal of the hearing tonight, as was mentioned, is to get input on the communities of interest and what people think should be the building blocks if they're ready to offer that input. And of course, we're happy to answer questions and answer anything you or the public may ask.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions? Mr. Mulchay has a question, gentlemen.
2 in particular. The process of submitting maps. Once people draw a map and they submit it, they're submitting it to you guys. And what happens after that? Do they have to come back at a subsequent meeting and present their map, or once they submit it, does it kind of speak for itself if they've added notes? What further do residents need to do following the submission of their map?
Sure. So as soon as they submit it in whatever form, we'll put it in the computers. They'll all actually appear in the same format to you. You won't be able to look at a map and know how they drew it because we want them all to look the same professional, similar feel. And that goes in your packet on the city website and is available for comment and part of the discussion. If they want to come and offer comments, that is fantastic. We like to see that, but they don't have to. There will also be, there will also be a listing of all the maps and the comments from the person who submitted that map going up on the website and in your agenda packet. So whatever they submit will go to you. We don't screen or block anything, even if it's not population balanced. Mm-hmm. We still put those maps up to you so that you can see the ideas and goals they had, even if it's not a map you can actually adopt.
That actually kind of leads into my second question, and that's when people do submit a map, or if they, I know there's a multitude of different ways to do so, but if they submit it online using the tool that you guys are building right now, is there anything to automatically flag? In the beginning of your presentation, you had a set of guidelines. Ideally, this is what we want. Your map, the map should achieve these objectives and or goals. If they are way outside the boundaries of something, it's way not population balanced or it's not contiguous at all, is there anything to automatically flag that and let them know, or are they just...
No, unfortunately, the software's option is either to block submission of the map or to allow submission. There's not a flag option in it. I think there will be in 2021, but not now. So sometimes people want to submit a map knowing it's off. They're just submitting a map of their neighborhood, not a district. So we allow anything through, and then we process it. Okay. And if they submit it far enough advance, we'll get back to them and say, hey, there's a problem. If they submit it right at the deadline, and then we don't have time to get back to them, or if they don't share their contact information. It is worth noting as well, Robert just mentioned to me, I forgot to mention, it's a little bit weird under this law. Normally there's a deadline for the public to submit maps to you. In this case, the statute is there's a deadline for us to get the maps processed and posted 7 days before your hearing. So we'll actually have to have a deadline ahead of that for the public to turn their maps in so we can process them and make sure they get them posted. People often think that 7-day deadline in the law is their deadline is intended in. Well, no, we still have to process it, put it into our reports, and get it posted. So as part of setting the full timeline, we'll set that deadline.
And one follow-up question. And if I'm bringing these tools, well, all these are going to be available on the city website.
Correct.
Is that where people will go to either utilize and or download, like the Excel spreadsheet and whatnot?
Exactly.
And they'll also go to the city's website to access the tool that you're talking about. It's cloud-based.
Yeah, it'll all be links off the city website.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Sean asked my question.
Thank you very much. Okay, I do have one card. Matt Lorimer's here tonight.
You open the public hearing.
I'm sorry, this is a public hearing. Let me open the public hearing, and I do have one card, Matt Lorimer. Thank you. Welcome, Matt. I got your microphone. Okay, good.
Twice as a charm. So, 2 words tonight I want to introduce. The first one is transparency. In November last year, we had a councilman, and the signs were disappearing and things were going on. I asked the city attorney to do an investigation. His response was, I don't have to answer you. So I have a new word. Mr. Johnson here spoke very elegantly tonight, but I'd like to know if somebody can respond to these two words, ground rules. You know, you guys, when power changes and you hear about lawsuits and all this in the future, I think city councilmen, including the city attorney, city manager, any city employee, should not be allowed to send emails, have private calls, go to golf tournaments or anything. Anything that you guys have questions should only be done in the public view. That way, there's no shenanigans. Not to say that anybody's dishonest, but we've had a lot of issues with the city over the past, and we don't want somebody to spend all this money and have to spend more money because somebody says the books are cooked at City Hall in Camarillo. So, therefore, I would hope that all city councilmen would say to staff, city attorney, city manager, and anybody else that works for the city, no private phone calls, dinners, cruises, anything else. Mr. Johnson should lay out a format to make sure that any public official does not meet with him unless, if you have questions, I have no problem here. But any private meetings, emails, or anything like that, I think it's very important. Because in this country, you find out all the time that things happen behind the scenes. Not to say that you guys would do that, but let's have a word called ground rules. The next thing I'd like to know is if people should add an initiative to make the city attorney or the city manager an elected position, how would that work? And maybe you can describe that, Mr. Johnson. So again, if you read across the nation, and you can go online, you will read that people have a very low, they don't believe in local government sometimes, large government, different things. I want to hear councilmen. I'd love to have one of you open your mouth tonight and say that all councilmen would not have any private meetings, emails, private meetings, and no city official, that means nobody, including the city attorney or anybody regarding moving lines, correcting lines, or anything. If you want to make your recommendations, that's fine, but it should be done in the full public review because you benefit, especially long-term councilmen if you've been here a long time. So, by the way, that is what is very important, ground rules. I haven't heard that. I heard a lot of nice things here. But again, we want to make sure that people believe in the system. And I know you believe in the system because somebody will say that that's very fair to have ground rules. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, I don't have any more blue cards. Would anybody else like to come forward? If you wouldn't mind, well, you could probably do it later, but if you could fill out a blue call at some point.
We didn't need to fill out cards? Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, pull it down if you would, please. Thank you very much. And again, if you keep it to 3 minutes, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yep, not a problem. Hi, thank you so much for hosting this public hearing. I'm actually really excited that we're going through with this process. I think an important emphasis as we're going through this is to remind everyone that this is a good thing. We're not doing this because, I mean, some people may see it as we're doing this because we have to, but I think we should really look at it as we're doing this because we want to. We want to make our city better. We want it to have better representation. And I felt as though towards the beginning of the presentation that it seemed that this was very burdensome for the city to take on. And I would hate for anyone to be discouraged because of that. But one of the things, as I was looking at the maps, I did attempt to draw my own, and I would like to see 4 districts with a mayor at large selected. One of the questions that I do have, and I'm not sure if this is something for the city attorney or if it's for the presenters today, is what happens if these districts are drawn and no one would like to run, if there's no one that's running within that district, or if we have the 4 districts and the mayor and we have no one running for mayor. It's just, I know that a lot of these are hypothetical situations. However, I'm just curious, I'm mostly curious. The other thing is I'm also, I think there's a lot of questions this early on in the process that can't be answered, but I think down the road as we progress, there will definitely be more more clarity that we can receive, because I know I've presented before how with some of the questions that I've addressed at prior meetings. So I'm happy to show this. It's really a rough draft, but I did take into consideration which parts of Camarillo needed perhaps different representation. I know one of the things to look into is what does each neighborhood have that needs to be represented. For example, as we heard from public comments tonight, just with Camarillo Springs, it seems as though that needs to be very focused on, and because they're in a unique situation to not be put in the same category. Obviously, it's on the other side, but something like Springville. And I'll leave that for now, but thank you again. And I also really appreciate the interpreter being here, and that the sign in front was also in Spanish.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry?
No.
I don't believe she has to in a public, yeah. Okay, so would anybody else like to speak tonight? Okay, so tonight we're just here to give, I understand, just to receive public comment. So if nobody else would like to speak, I will close the public hearing. And I think we just, so does anybody want to make any comments on this? Because there's really no action tonight other than to receive the public comments tonight. Yeah, you want to say that?
Just out of interest, I was speaking with a city council member from Ventura when they went through the process. I think you did Ventura, and if I heard correctly or she spoke correctly, I think they said they had about 60 maps submitted. How many? I'm sorry.
36.
36. Okay, so not 60, but 36. And she said it was, that they looked quite seriously and carefully at each one of them. So that's a lot more.
Doing that.
Any other comments?
No, other than I really like the online tools, and I
Yes.
like the different options that someone has to utilize them. So I especially wanted to compliment our consultant on that, because I think that will encourage people to submit maps.
I just
Any
had one
comments,
other
Ms.
question.
Craven?
Yeah. Excuse me. I know this sounds like an old fogey, but let's suppose there are people, and I know there are a lot of people in the city who don't have computers, or if they do, they only do email, and they don't have the foggiest idea of how to operate other types of things. Will we have maps that people can come and get at the clerk's office? I mean, we have, I've got at least 2 neighbors who don't even own a computer, but they would like to contribute to this kind of thing.
Yes, that first tool, the one-page participation kit that had the 13,040 on it and 1,304 people, it's a PDF that goes on the website, but also it's available at City Hall. They can print it out and have a stack.
Okay, because if it's on a website, you got to have a computer to access it, or you got to know how to operate a computer at the library.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm sure City Hall will have them printed out, and of course, if they go to the library, the librarians can print it out for them as well. So it's easily available. It's designed to be printed on a home computer. That's why it's somewhat small.
Right.
Make it easy. But yes, it can be picked up anywhere.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, I want to thank everybody for being here. We look for a long and a good process here. So thank you.
If I could just jump in, one thing we'll need to know by the end of the next meeting, of course, is how we wish to proceed, whether you want 4 districts and a mayor, 5 districts, 6 districts and a mayor. And so that's something we will need to know. At this stage, when we're looking at the mapping, it is set up for 5 districts. And so sort of a status quo, so to speak. And we will, so that's why we're proceeding at this stage until we hear otherwise. And so if we do make a change, we will then make that information readily available on our website as well as available to the public. At the City of Ventura, one thing that we did is if anybody came into City Hall looking for assistance in doing the mapping, we walked them through it, we showed them the tools, and people were really quite happy and found it quite simple to do, especially using the Excel spreadsheet version of it, because your feedback on whether or not your population balanced, whether or not you meet the criteria is immediate because the numbers are there.
And you'll need that by next meeting?
We
Is that
decide
right?
that. Yeah.
No, but there's a timeline you were saying, Mr. Clifford. Am I right on that?
At the conclusion of the next meeting, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Mayor, I think there was one of the slides had 4 or 5 bullet points that you needed input from. Okay, that was just with,
Back one?
yeah, okay. I thought that there was, no, I thought that there was another, I guess not.
It was.
But that's the primary, those are the primary issues then that you need council's input on.
There. No, back.
Yeah, do you need, could you clarify?
Yes.
So there's two things here. The law says that these hearings are held for the purpose of gathering input on communities of interest and composition of districts. So that's what these comments for the public are. That's what we're looking for the public. But as was just mentioned, we also want, the council has the option at the end of the next meeting to adopt a resolution criteria if it wants to, or to give direction on criteria. And in particular, it's useful for the council to give direction if you want to look at other maps or not. One of the challenges is if we get into the mapping state, draft maps and all that, and we're looking at some maps that have 4 seats and some that have 5 seats and some that have 6, that number of seats discussion dominates the discussion. And no one's really looking at the maps closely. And we end up with a final map that no one's really looked at. So we do, if the council is ready to answer that at the next meeting, we do ask after the second hearing if council directs we want to go for 5 or for 4 with an at-large mayor or 6 with an at-large mayor, whatever option you want, assuming you're ready to make that decision then. Because then everyone really pays attention to the maps and looks closely at them.
Follow up?
Yeah, can I, there was another slide that had the traditional redistricting principles.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side. It's the one I think I'm thinking of.
Oh, yeah. So this is.
There we go.
Yeah.
So and this is a question partially for you, Mr. Johnson, and partially for Mr. Pierik then, with regard to the draft resolution, which I think is what you're going to want us to adopt by the end of the next meeting, correct? I take it that draft resolution is going to have to be modified to include the question of whether it's 5 districts or 6 districts and an at-large mayor or 4 districts and an at-large mayor, et cetera. And I also think that, do we want to, Mr. Pierik, modify that resolution to talk about some of the traditional redistricting principles?
That's up to you. If you wish for the ones that are on the slide to be included in the resolution, you could request that, and it could be brought back to you at your next meeting for review.
Well, I guess.
I think we should, I'd like to have a discussion. I don't mean to interrupt, but let's have a discussion about these instead of just closing it up and saying we'll come back to it.
No, it's fine, and that's fine. I'm happy to have that discussion now. I'm having trouble reconciling the draft resolution versus what's up on the board. The two are not, no fault of anybody, the two are not exactly consistent. So.
Yeah, and that's because we're coming kind of for different places. These are the options that are out there for criteria, and the draft resolution, I believe, is kind of the what's specified in state law as a clear criteria. The city attorney can correct me, but there's a provision in state law that says that you may consider contiguity, compactness, communities of interest. It's not an exclusive list, and so these are pulled from court decisions over the years. The courts have said these are all acceptable considerations beyond what's spelled out in the state law, if you wish to go there.
Thank you. I'm happy to have that discussion
now. Yes, to me, one of the most important things is to have them contiguous. I mean, I certainly don't want them gerrymandered all over the place.
Within the law.
In the first place, if I don't know how the county comes up with precincts sometimes, and I'm going back a few years before they had the larger precincts. But, you know, the people one street over went to one place to vote, and I moved one block, and I had to go to a different precinct, and I was all within the same housing tract. So I just think that having them contiguous so that, and that might go along with communities of interest, but I'm still not really clear on what a community of interest is. But compact, I think that will go along with the federal requirement that they all be about the same size. So if we have them contiguous, they should be fairly compact in a city that's only 19 and a half square miles. I don't know about the visible landmarks, but I certainly think that Lewis Road is a barrier.
It's a barrier, you're right.
And plan future growth. I think we do know where the areas where growth will occur in the next, at least the next 5 years. Down in the 3M area, Springville, and I don't know if perhaps something in eastern Camarillo. And, you know, we sent one off to be for future consideration, general plan change, and it hasn't come back, but 2 of them over there. But those are my things. It's really important to me to have it contiguous.
It's my view that we should go ahead and when we ultimately adopt this resolution, I guess next time, we go ahead and adopt all of those traditional redistricting principles. I think it's appropriate that they all be included in the resolution. I'm ready to talk anytime about the at-large elected mayor with 4 districts versus
I am
5
too.
districts. I'm happy to offer, but I think maybe we should talk about that first and then
Talk about these.
as a separate issue.
Thank you. I agree that I think we should include all of these. I think we just need to be careful in the wording of the resolution because I don't want us to be forced to use every one of them, because until we're actually kind of in the weeds, it might not be possible to honor every one of the principles. Does that make sense? Can you speak to that a little?
Yeah, in terms of those principles, it's just these are considerations we want to look at, and essentially we would report back on them. But yes, you will ultimately be choosing the map that is the best balance of them.
Okay. So I guess the wording doesn't require them, but asks us to consider them all, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I guess the way I read it was, I'm sorry to interrupt, I read it as their aspirational goals. Is that a fair read?
It seems to me if we're going to be considering natural and man-made boundaries or barriers, we need to talk about what we think they are. Instead of leaving it, that's pretty vague to be in a resolution for things we're going to consider.
Well, would boundaries be gated communities? Is that a boundary?
No.
No?
No, but that could be a communities of interest. But I also think that gated communities are going to be too small to really be a district. Right, so that's sort of moot. And I think, I don't know if we have to name every boundary that we think
Well, if there's
is
something
out
in
there.
particular that we think should be considered as to where it would be north, south, east, or west of, and that would all be grouped together, then, yeah.
I guess I look at the principles more in the way of, as people submit their maps, that they're thinking that boundaries might help them create the districts, rather than we all have to agree on what the boundaries are.
Mr. Milche?
No, I'd follow the similar thought. I'd prefer to put fewer restrictions on individuals as they get to draw their maps. We can see from the public what they deem to be kind of general community-driven natural boundaries and man-made boundaries and whatnot. I think that that definition is broad. It's broad for a reason. I think it kind of takes a lot of different shapes and forms, and I think it's beneficial we let the community have their input as to maybe what they think some of those are, and maybe we'll see certain trends or things develop
Maybe
from
not.
there, as opposed to saying, we think this must be, bona fide man-made boundary, and no one's map can cross that line.
Mr. Tremblay, do you have another further comment?
No, I agree with Sean on that, and I think hopefully there will be some folks who will submit maps who will say, here's my intentions, here's what I utilized, as my aspirational goals here, and that way they're telling us rather than us saying this is what we want to hear. I'd like it to be open in the way that has been described.
So.
Wait a minute, you said you wanted the aspirational goals, and now you're saying you don't?
No, I'm just saying I don't think we need to decide or define what the visible boundaries, natural and man-made boundaries are.
You were just talking about that one.
Sorry, just talking about boundaries.
We'll keep them.
But I would like to see the traditional redistricting principles as part of our process, including.
Because they're broad enough to get a lot of public input without the impacts of being, obviously part of it, we have to be contiguous, so there is some criteria that we do have to meet here.
Right.
So your thoughts are that these principles allow that thinking but with the fact that there are some parts of it that we do have to be consistent with, and that would be, for instance, like the contiguous.
Right. You and I might have very different interpretations of what a community of interest is, or what a boundary is, or how contiguous something is. So I'd rather leave it open so people have that ability to supply that.
But I do think the boundaries have to be somewhere around the 13,000.
Oh, yeah. No, that's.
Well, that's on the left. We don't have a choice in that.
Ultimately, that's going to be a legal parameter, and we're going to have to live with that. Right. But I think what I heard National Demographics say is, that they will do that. They will work with that once draft maps are in place, or once draft maps are submitted. Excuse me, they can then determine whether or not they would be legally appropriate or legally valid. I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I have a question in regards to the traditional redistricting principles. Is there a reason why planned future growth is grayed out slightly? Is some sort of emphasis added to that? What? I'm curious.
It's because of the odd timing where this map's only going to be used for the 2020 election. So we're not. Yeah. It's not really something we'll look at this time around. But I didn't want to show up in 2021 and be like, oh, here's a new criterion.
Right. So, in that end, and not so much in the next year and a half, but in 2021, that seems to be a sticky thing in that what is allowable when it comes to planned future growth? I mean, if there is planned growth, let's say it's already approved and its entitlements are I don't know even what the threshold is for anticipating that this particular area is planned for future growth, unless it technically is and has been approved by the city council.
Yeah, well, you're looking at a 10-year span, so it's kind of, you'll know, the areas that in your long-range plan might see growth. And it is limited in what you can do, because really what we're talking about is roughly you can be 5% over, 5% under.
Okay.
So an area that you think will grow, you would be 5% under, which isn't a big difference. It's not going to be half the size of anything. Even if you know it's going to add 10,000 units, you can still only go under by 5%.
Okay. And for that, I guess we'd look at our general plan and our housing element for kind of the guiding light there. Okay.
Not much. There's not that much.
There's not that much. No, I know.
There's not that much space when you take out the Conejo Creek area.
Yeah.
Council, if I can just add something into the conversation. In some of the examples in this slideshow where there were communities that had specific elements of their community where they really thought it was important to have joint representation. So, for example, is there a part of town where you don't want to leave it to one district elected official to represent that portion of town? For example, Old Town. Is that something where you would want every one of you at this time to have a piece of that? Or do you just want to leave it to 1 or 2 district representatives? So that may be something you want to consider.
Well, that's interesting, yeah.
Well, let me talk about Old Town. I think that dividing it up into 4 or 5 would make it so that every one of those people would have to cross the freeway and go way up north to vote, wherever it's going to be. I think that that's probably not a good idea
This is for Old Town?
for Old Town
Because
itself.
of the freeway that splits it?
What do you mean, go to vote?
Go to vote? Because they're going to be voting probably by they're going to be voting by district.
Just multiple precincts, or
But this
voting.
doesn't change the precincts.
I don't know, it might. I don't know. I don't know how that
Okay.
works.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't.
If I remember correctly, I think the example on that was in Pasadena, where there is, I guess my understanding is there's a very centralized commercial
Shopping district.
shopping area that really is the hub, the commercial hub of the city, whereas I think in this city, it's far more diffused, no disrespect to Old Town, but it's far more diffused in nature. So I'm not sure that that would really be applicable here. I guess I don't feel a need to have each one of us have a slice of Old Town, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Again, because the commercial portions of the city are so spread out. But that's one person's opinion.
Is this the time where, I thought are we doing more than just receiving public input? Are we going to actively discuss what we want to see?
We can
They need
discuss, we
direction.
can certainly,
Appropriate
they need
discuss.
some direction, so we may as well, if you've got some thoughts, it's probably
No, when it comes to
appropriate.
certain communities of interest, when I think of Old Town or anything south of the 101 for that matter, I always think of the approach for the airport. I think it would be important that at least 2, if not more than 1 representative council member have that interest or that concern in regards to, let's just say, approach to the airport. There's a litany of issues around town that I think should be probably burdened, if you want to say burdened, but shared by more than 1 council member. So that way, those issues can more broadly be addressed and served on the council. I know one of my biggest concerns in going to districting, and I wasn't particularly a fan of it, was that we create districts where only one interest lives in each, one core key issue only lives in that one respective district, and the other, if there's 5 council members, the other 4 council members are not concerned or affected by that issue. Or the constituents that might be affected by that respective issue. So while we want to make sure that we have certain, whatever we want to define as communities of interest, I think there needs to be some allowance or consideration for trying to, albeit strategically, share some of those big concerns or interests amongst more than 1 council member where we can.
Yeah, I don't have a problem philosophically with that, depending on how we approach this. What my observation, just to make clear, is I don't think each one of the 5 council members needs to have a
Yeah, I don't think all 5 of us
of one
need to have
particular area.
Yeah, because then you're really,
We don't
really
want,
slicing it up.
But I do think
it
there
really
are
looks like it's being gerrymandered.
right. Well, but I do think that there are those that to be thoughtful about it. There are those areas that we may well want to do that. So I'm not closing that door. I'm just not quite sure how I would. I'm just saying not all 5 or 4,
Yeah.
however we do this, which is another question I know we're going to talk about.
This may lead into then the second part of this discussion, because if we decide to have an at-large mayor, that position helps to balance that out in terms of having another person that is concerned about, if there's one district that has a specific concern or a challenge, then the mayor will also, if it's at large, is sharing that. So, I don't know, it just kind of leads into that discussion, unless we shouldn't go there yet.
I'm ready to go there.
Are you ready to, well, okay, All right, well, we can start, okay, we can start the discussion. All right.
Okay, well, I'll crawl out there first then. So the question, there are several questions here, but should the city have an at-large elected mayor? And interesting, just to start the discussion, I personally, I don't know about the rest of you, I have heard from very few people as yet on that issue. I suspect that more people are going to weigh in as the maps, as we get farther in the process. But I've heard from very, very few. It's a serious question. It requires some thought and I think some debate. I'm going to give you the upside and the downside, and I'll tell you where I come out. On the upside, there is some appeal, I think, to having one person responsible to city voters at large, because they would be unencumbered by having to focus on a specific district. And in fact, we've received an email, each of us, from a constituent, and he claims in that email that the desire to have, and Kevin, this is not picking on the mayor time, all right? He claims that the desire to have an elected mayor rather than rotating the mayor position among council members was probably the biggest complaint expressed by people who signed the petition to put Measure M, the term limits measure, on the ballot last fall. I will tell you that that is not my experience. I talked to literally hundreds of people while I was campaigning and while I was walking door to door for Measure E, and only 2 or 3 people ever mentioned to me having an elected mayor. It just wasn't even on most people's radar screens. What people wanted to discuss was term limits and how long a council member should sit on the council, and I don't want to go back and revisit that. I think on the downside, I'm skeptical. I understand, my remarks on going to the districts side speak for themselves. I am skeptical about districts from a governance standpoint, and here's where my fear. I'm concerned that districts increase the potential for council members to become factionalized and think only of their districts rather than what's best for the city at large, which I think is a guiding principle for us. And I think we need to work hard on this. We recognized that during our study session a couple of weeks ago, and we've got a lot of work ahead on this item, and I'm confident that we will be doing a lot of work on that item. So that said, I'm concerned that having an elected at-large mayor with all other council members elected by districts could actually increase the potential for factionalization on the council. And Kevin, this is why I said don't take this personally. The mayor is in essence an honorary position. And the mayor has one vote, just like the rest of the council members. I don't want to see a situation come up where the mayor either expressly or inferentially or impliedly suggests that his or her vote is worth more than other council members because the mayor is elected at large, because I think that promotes potentially factionalization on the council and could lead to that. So I'm not I don't think we should have an at-large elected mayor. I think we should have 5 districts, and that's it.
I'll go on.
If one other comment, sorry, Sharon. This is an incremental process too. If it turns out that, and we've been dealing with a heck of a lot of change over just in the last couple of years. Look what we've done from a governance standpoint. We've gone through this term limits. We've had a turnover in the council. 3 of us here are. This is only beginning of my 3rd year. So we have a very different dynamic on this council. No disrespect to the prior council, but we have a very different dynamic. I think if we wanted to ultimately think that having an elected at-large mayor is a good idea, why not approach it incrementally? Why not approach it a couple years? Why not approach it a couple years from now, rather than doing it right now? I don't think that's a good idea. And then I have some thoughts on couple of the other associated questions, but that's it on having an unelected at-large mayor. Unless you wanted to talk about how many districts totally we ought to have, but maybe that's a separate issue.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah,
hold that in your back pocket.
Okay,
Mrs. Craven.
I agree with everything Tony said. I've always said that I felt that Camarillo had the ideal situation for mayor. You grab that baton on the first Wednesday of December. you run as hard as you can, and you come panting in on the first Wednesday of the next December. You have done everything you could. The mayor gets out, the mayor goes and delivers Boy Scout and Girl Scout Gold Awards, Boy Scout Eagle Awards. Sometimes the mayor has to have people help him do this, but the mayor is out at everything. The elected mayors I know, and there are only a few in the county, don't do that much. They're much more involved in the operations of City Hall. If you don't believe that, go ask the city managers where they have elected mayors. But I believe that Camarillo has the best situation where it has 5 council members, none of whom is elected as mayors, and where we rotate mayor. But I also was going to talk about how I didn't think the mayor should be in a position, or the city should be put in a position where the mayor could factionalize it more by saying, hey, you know, I'll vote for this for you because of whatever. I just think it should be, and I also think, and I'll just end my discussion of the number there, I think 5 is a perfect number. I think if you get 6, you're just getting it way too factionalized. So that's all I have to say.
I agree with everything that's been said. I just wanted to add one thing about rotating the mayor. Although it's honorary, it still does grow leadership skills. And so I think that's really important to be able to be, you know, growing and mentoring the younger ones here and all taking turn and passing that leadership baton or gavel on. So.
Sean, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, sure. No, I agree with what's been said here. I did hear the complaint of the musical chairs in regards to the mayor rotating. And then most people would tell me, think of us as somehow it'd be related to like L.A. I have to say, no, our mayor isn't like the mayor of L.A. Yeah, mayor is an honorary position. It doesn't come with any real special powers or special vote or anything of that nature. And then most people would go, oh, okay, I guess it's not all that significant. It's not that bad. They thought, most people thought the mayor had some real divine power or something like that on the city council, as opposed to it, you know, you are the leader of the city council. You go and attend the events. You run the meetings and the like. So it usually qualmed most of people's fears about the whole rotating mayor thing. I do support 5 districts. I think when you start getting beyond that, you really start divvying up the city. One of my concerns when we were talking about districting is what I believe to be the low threshold vote in order to be able to essentially win an election. You know, at 5 districts, if there's 13,000 individuals within that district, ideally 8,000 of them will be registered voters, 6,000 of them will vote in any given election, which means if there's only 2 candidates, you only need to reach that threshold of 3,001. Whereas everyone up here, we had to get approximately 10,000 votes at least, if not more, through a big broad scope of the city. And I think as you divvy up, if you increase the number of districts, that number just goes down and down and down to where maybe it only takes you 1,000 votes, and that's all you kind of need, and you're on the city council. And I just think that's too concentrated, it's too low of a threshold for what I believe is a very important position. And the decisions we make have a greater impact on individuals than what I believe that the decisions we make here have greater impacts than what people make at like, say, the federal level, even, at least on people's day-to-day lives. So I think actually the more people who can vote for an individual, the better, because it hopes that it's coming from a broader, being painted with a broader brush, so to speak. But I pretty much support everything that was said here today. I agree almost 100% with Tony.
I wanted to say something here. My recommendation is that you not take a vote tonight on the number of districts. It's been a good discussion that I've heard, and that be an item, and I think we've heard already this evening that there will need to be direction on that at your next meeting so that there will be direction as to how the maps are going to be drawn. So that can be incorporated into the agenda report that's presented to you at your next meeting.
Just make a couple of really quick comments because there's been a lot said that being the mayor is an honor and a privilege. I have one thing that all mayors that I've known has done, and that is to serve the public, period. It is an appointment by, in this particular case, my brethren up here that have the confidence that the current mayor is able to do the job. And I think it's very, very important that all council members have an opportunity to be mayor. It is a wonderful, wonderful time in all of our lives. This year is extremely, like all years, very busy. But I have heard of other situations where they have not been able to do that, and it does cause some strife and discourse on council. And I think it will serve us well here. And I do also believe that the 5 council members is a good number for our city and the way that our city is laid out. And I do think in the future that it would serve us well. So I can, I can go along with my colleagues up here. All very eloquent, much more eloquent than I probably was. But I commend all of you for thinking this through and making your comments. Okay, so Mr. Tremblay, I believe there was one other item that you wanted to talk about. Was that?
I don't know if Mr. Pierce will allow me to do that. I was going to comment on the number of districts. Okay, if I...
Certainly. My comment was intended just to state that that'll be on something that'll be incorporated in your next agenda, because as I had understood the comments from our consultants, that they would need to know by the next meeting so that then the maps would be drawn accordingly.
Right. I don't think the council should have more than 5 districts. I agree with Sean. Camarillo is not that big a city. The 5 districts are going to have relatively small population numbers, and I don't think there's any reason to further decrease or dilute the relatively small number of voters who are going to be voting in each district. So I'm in accord with everybody else on that one.
Okay, does staff have enough to go on now?
I would like to ask for one clarification. So the traditional redistricting principles that are on the screen now, is it the request of council that be brought back? Right now, it's just a draft resolution. You're not adopting this resolution tonight. But if you want to see those criteria, those ones for consideration to be included in the next draft agenda, then we can, Mr. Tully specifically will make the arrangements for that to be done.
One other thing, I don't think we quite got to a point where we have enough information on the issue of representation of Old Town. I heard a couple different things. I heard that, you didn't want, everyone representing Old Town, but I heard another opinion that it should be more than one. And
Why don't we leave that?
well, because you want it in your resolution, it's one of those things that goes into how you do the districts.
Yeah, Mr. Tremblay. Well, I have a comment too. But go.
Okay if I go?
Well, you go. Yeah.
That's something I would like to think about some more, frankly, rather than reach some sort, and maybe get some input from some folks. And I also don't think that we have to reach that. I don't think we have to get to that point tonight.
You can add it to your resolution, on the fly.
Right. We could certainly add it. We can certainly add it next time. Frankly, I'd like to think about it and talk about it some more, out here. But I'm just not ready to go there tonight. I don't know how everybody else feels. I'm not sure how you feel.
Well,
Sean.
as Sean was talking about it, I think there are other areas that have significant problems too. We've talked about flooding problems on the creek and the impact on insurance rates. I mean, as time goes along, there are different parts of town that have different problems. And I don't know, you just can't have everybody hitting all of these. So I don't know, I'm going to have to think about it too.
Yeah, I'm going to have to think about the Old Town too, because I think there is issues very much locally up there, and I'm going to have to think this thing too. I wouldn't want it carved up too much because that was one of the first developments in town, and it's very, very close. It's a community that's been there a long time, and I do think it's important for to have some sort of, energy that's up there, and it will be in the future. And the issues, I wouldn't like to have one neighbor represented here and the other neighbor represented there. So I think we really need to think long and hard, and that's just one. We may be able to come up with some other areas in town too. So I do think we need to have some more discussion on this.
I think everybody should touch the freeway. That's the thing you hear most about. It's the thing everybody talks about. There shouldn't be a district that in some way isn't involved with that freeway, and that representative isn't going to be interested in putting money toward getting it fixed.
That is definitely a partition, no question about that. Yeah. And it goes through the whole city too, so.
You could not touch it.
Okay, so anything else?
If you're listening at home, or all of you sitting out there, this is really where it will help for us to hear from you and to hear, we don't live in every part of the town. So from your perspective, what's important to you? What boundaries do you see? What things make a community of interest to you? That helps us, and that's what I'm hoping over the next couple of weeks, that I do hear from a lot of you, or at least submit or email, whatever you do, skywrite it, let us know, because that helps us really, that really helps us see things from your perspective and understand what's important to you as we go through this, because this is a big change, so please let us know.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I think I couldn't have said it better.
Yeah.
I think the more input, the better.
Agreed. Well said.
Staff, you have enough? Everybody good? Okay. All right. So we will get back to the first part of the agenda, and it's actually get back to the Public Works part of it. It's the North Valley, Pleasant Valley DeSalter Engineering Services Agreement. We had a very thorough discussion. We did not complete it. So at this time, we will continue our discussion on this. Dave, do you have any staff report you'd like to add?
Sure. We'll add some discussion from during the break. We did have a chance to brainstorm a little bit. It can get rather complex pretty quickly. So best effort to summarize what a possible course of action could be, and really focused on getting out to bid and awarding a contract sooner than a year from now could be one approach, where we would possibly see less of an escalation in the construction cost. So that being said, there could be less effort on the redesign, or essentially, less effort on that. Let me bring up one of the tables here, just to be able to talk through it. And what we could do is go out to bid as quickly as possible, which means coming back to council. It'd be in a couple meetings with authority to bid. But in the meantime, Brown and Caldwell could be working on reissuing the existing design that's in place, with adding in a bid option to remove the wall. And that could be relatively simply done, and wouldn't take very much of the redesign cost to do that. And the additional project elements still have to be done. And again, that cost.
I'm sorry. I've been in Washington, D.C. for 4 days. When you said remove the wall, it just.
I didn't say it.
We heard that quite a bit, didn't we?
It just brought back the last 4 days.
It's a little bit complex to describe what we arrived at here, but essentially an effort to accelerate the bidding process with achieving the low-hanging fruit of cost reduction, and that would be with changing to a fence, where we could see that along with some of the other modifications that could be incorporated into the post-contract process to realize an estimated savings of $1 million. So instead of the $2 million savings, let me click to that next slide, or the one that shows that. So we are showing a $2 million savings here, and by not doing the redesign on all the other elements, the building especially, and focusing on the wall, we could estimate seeing a savings from redesign of $1 million. And then the redesign cost would be much lower, essentially be only about $150,000 add instead of the $498,000 or $500,000. And then there would be less additional cost for the project management item also. So all that said, it's really not a whole lot of big difference on the amount of savings, because the total amount of savings comes down due to the redesign, but also the total cost of those efforts comes down also. So not a whole lot of difference there, other than just getting out to bid sooner was the consensus that we would see get the most bang for our buck, basically, on avoiding as much cost escalation as possible. Again, big unknown what that's going to be. But we did have discussions of the other items that were mentioned, the other proposals, and the conclusion of the group was to make an effort to end up with two bids that look at a redesigned building and wall, and then the original design with the full building. To compare that is adding significant complexity to the contractor's efforts, mainly to prepare those bids, even possibly cause a contractor not to bid at all. And it's just questionable on if that would achieve any additional benefit.
Okay, so what's the savings now?
So really, it's not a whole lot different than the 400,000. Just strictly on those numbers, if it would be $1 million net savings, but additional cost of 150 here for the redesign, or for those elements that still need to be happen for the redesign, and that's the the integration of the changes. From the additional project elements, and the bid phase services and the project management services, those may come down a little bit. So these are real rough numbers, but so we'd have 150,000 cost there for the redesign efforts. The expected increase from cost escalation would only be 500,000, so that's 650. And then say another 50,000 instead of the 100 for the project management gets you to 700,000 additional, minus the million savings is a net savings of 300,000 compared to a net savings of 400,000 on the full redesign process. What I want to add in there is one of the cost savings measures we included in that is, and we would need clear council concurrence with this, is not to do a new engineer's estimate and rely based on, to go in with it based on the range of the low to say the top, the low 2 or 3 bids would be our engineer's estimate. That could be rather than, you could save money by not doing the entire cost estimating process. So in summary, the original as prepared in the staff report with that amendment, including all that redesign effort, ends up with a scaled down building, wall or fence instead of the wall, and basically a downsized project for the estimated $400,000. But again, that's a real unknown total savings. versus go back out to bid pretty much as it is, except for the with a bid alternate. So we would see the difference between the wall or the fence.
Well, let me ask this question because I'm not tracking here. What's the bottom line? What is going to get us to where we need to go to get the bid out to be bid again? What path are we going to have to do to get it out as quickly as possible?
Well, right, and that's what I was attempting to explain, is to go quickly as possible, we would end up with the original design of the building, the large architecturally featured building, and with the option, though, to have the fence instead of the wall, so we would see some reduction in cost there and get out to bid sooner. But total overall net savings is not a whole lot different than going through the full redesign process, with hopefully saving more altogether because of the building redesign.
What about the components of the piping?
So
is there any potential cost savings for that?
Not really. That all needs to be done anyway. It's just a matter of how that would be incorporated. With the more accelerated version, that would be incorporated by addendum during the bid process. Largely, there may be some of those elements that we need to be addressed by a change order after contract is let. That also adds a little bit of complexity on how much savings will we really see. The full redesign process would be all of those elements. Those additional project elements are required no matter what. We've got to do those. So it's just a matter of timing when they would get implemented. The accelerated version is a little bit more complex and challenging to put that together in a short period of time.
Well, let me ask this, Dave. Do you feel comfortable? You had showed us a slide of the timeline to get us to bid. Do you feel comfortable that we can meet that timeline?
Right. Yeah, the original timeline presented in the staff report. Yes.
You feel comfortable that
Yes.
we can reach that timeline?
Right.
If there are some changes in this, do you feel comfortable that you can meet that timeline?
Mm-hmm.
Even if we do make some changes on that tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as best we could think through the process, and I mean, I'm sure there's probably some things we didn't consider in the half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on anything?
Go ahead.
Mr. Tremblay, did you have a comment?
Okay, so Dave, thanks to you and to the team for noodling through this, since we struggled with it for the first hour plus of the meeting. First of all, just thinking this through, I mean, the $400,000 savings, that we have as a nut, I mean, it's really more, that's really more saving, that's not really savings on capital construction, that's savings on the overall project. That's the $70 million versus $69.6 million. So it's not accurate to say that is all related to capital construction cost. But that said, what, if anything, can be done to decrease the cost of the building as initially designed without having to go back and redesign it? Are there any components of that building that you could say, you could put in an addendum to these specs and say, we don't want you to do X, Y, or Z relative to the building?
It's going to be very minimal. Some of the architectural or the building finish treatments. But once you start touching any structural component, any component of that, it means relatively a full redesign.
Yeah, I think, to me, okay, so this is comment, but I'll have a follow-up question. This is not like, to me, this is not like designing the library. This is a functional desalter that personally I would be just as happy to see the prefabricated metal building, because from an efficiency standpoint and a cost standpoint, I don't think it certainly doesn't matter what the facade looks like. What matters is what the guts are, and we're going to have the guts in there, okay? And we know we're going to have the treatment process. But I'm trying to figure out, is there any way to even try to lessen the cost of that, lessen the cost of that building without having to do a redesign. That's why I asked that question. And I think what I heard you say is there may be some minimal things you could do, but don't expect a lot of cost savings out of it.
Correct.
As far as the OPCC is concerned, my only question, I think it makes some sense from a cost standpoint. I don't really feel a burning need to do it. I think we could take we could take an average of 2 or 3 bids, but my question is, does that create any disadvantage to the city in the bid process, knowing that these are all pre-qualified bidders? Does not having a current OPCC, does that not having a current opinion of probable construction costs, instead of using the acronym, does that make the bidding more difficult on bidders, or do you think it might bring the cost up, or what impact, if any, does it have?
We discussed that, and the conclusion is it wouldn't have any impact.
Okay, then I sure support that, so we wouldn't have to spend that additional money. That's it for my questions.
Anybody else? Anything? No questions. Okay, so we'll get down to comments. Anything else to add, Dave?
No, other than with that change there, we could modify the action, or the recommendation and essentially the resolution and the amendment tonight, I would think, to be able to incorporate those changes.
Okay.
To remove the OPCC.
Okay. So we'll get down to comments and/or. Did you have something you wanted?
I have one more.
Oh, question. Let's get down to one more question here.
Let's say we were living in a vacuum, policy-wise. If you just took the building as it's been designed, and you juxtapose against that the pre-engineered metal building, what's the price differential?
I'd have to.
That's tough to
see if we have an idea of
just
that or not.
What's the price differential? What are we really talking about here? Are we talking about $1 million?
You want to come up and add?
It's got to be more than that.
Yeah.
It might be, yeah.
Yes, we talked about that earlier when we were meeting, and it's roughly about $1.4 million. $1 million for some of the savings we talked about last time in December, and then an additional $400,000 for conversion of the structure as designed into a more of a prefab building. There are some additional complexities. We do have to have some interior dividers between some of the necessary elements for that building to program it necessary for working of the plant and provide sufficient space for the shop area and the control room, and provide some restroom facilities for staff on site. So there are some complexities beyond just a shell, so that does add a little bit more cost for a prefab building.
So is there any savings?
Yeah, $1.4 million for the revised prefab approach. And then add about another $1 million for the wall concept that we talked about, replacing the wall with a slatted fence.
So we're about $2.4
million for the two items discussed earlier.
Is there much of a design criteria that you're going to have to change? Is it much work to change that design of that into a prefabbed?
So that's the item, task number 1, associated with our amendment that's on the floor tonight, is the redesign effort to do that very thing. It's essentially designing from scratch the building, foundation all the way up, new footprints and all the elements. We did a preliminary reprogramming, if you will, of that building with our architect and sharing those concepts with the city. And after going back and forth and vetting the engineering costs, and then through the negotiation that Dave talked about earlier, that would be the redesign effort to do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mulchay?
The wall, you said if we went from the wall to the chain link fence, we'd see about approximately $1 million in savings?
Correct. From the information we have from the bids and then from our own estimate, yes.
And then the landscaping, did you have a line item on that? Because that was included in here too.
Yeah, not that I recall an exact amount, but I believe it was in around the $200,000 range was the overall cost for the landscaping, and then the concept is to reduce the strip landscaping on the north, south, and west sides. So it could be roughly maybe $50,000 to $100,000 savings on the strip landscaping there. We would still need to bring in and design some landscaping for the frontage of the building, just to provide some barrier, especially if we go with a pre-engineered metal structure. Adds a bit more architectural screening of that building from the road.
So what's the net for the landscaping?
Ballpark, probably $50,000 to $100,000 savings there.
So if we just go with 100, so if it's $1 million for the wall, $100,000 for the landscaping, and there's a differential of $1.4 million, then don't I get to $2.5 million in potential savings, right? And that's
Right, I didn't add the landscaping on my earlier number.
so that's different than the $2 million in potential savings that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I think that $2 million came from the presentation last time. We hadn't updated Dave on those additional items. Yeah.
Okay, so I was right to assume that $2 million might have been a little too low in potential savings.
Yeah, it's safe to say. Yeah.
Okay, because I know that we ballpark when we were bringing up savings. I know someone kind of threw out $2 million as a ballpark, and now it seems like we kind of just kept going with the $2 million and maybe didn't update that number or reconcile that number against what some of the things we were doing.
Right. So yeah, with additional information that we discussed tonight, there would be more in the ballpark of the $2.5 million.
2.5?
Yes. Right.
Savings?
Right. So in essence, that would be a total of with the 400 shown now, and then that additional 500,000 be closer to $900,000 estimated savings with the redesign effort. And then, if we don't do the construction cost estimate, that's another $26,000 savings there in the redesign effort.
Your Honor.
Yeah, Mrs. Craven.
I wasn't here for the majority of the discussion, and I apologize. Well, I don't apologize. I was representing the city at a very important water meeting. You told me to go, and I went. But I think we've asked a lot of questions and discussed this a lot. And so to get things moving, I would like to make a motion to...
Mr. Crick, could you hold on
you have a person.
moment?
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Keep that in your back pocket. We do have a blue card, Matt Lorimer. Matt would like to. I have the microphone. Yeah, we're good. We're ready to go, Matt. Yeah.
3 times the charm. Well, this has been a long project for the city, about 15 years. You know, I do have a question. We should have some type of protocol, and I'd like to know how we got here. How did we get here with a wall? Well, Sean and Susan weren't there. We had Tony, we had Kevin and Charlotte. I'd like to know how we got here and why we're talking about a redesign. I know this project went out off the train tracks. It's kind of like other projects in Camarillo. It seems to never get done. You asked the gentleman over here, and he was dancing. I mean, it was like Dancing with the Stars here. He couldn't really be forthcoming and say, well, Kevin, you said, well, how did we get this project going? Well, you know, it's complicated, it's difficult. The bottom line is, we've been talking about this for years. I don't know why you can't allocate more time, more resources to get this project done, because we've been talking about it forever. And the idea that this project has to have a redesign because nobody had the intelligence or nobody spoke up and said, you're out of control. This thing is out of control, the cost. Your job is to save taxpayers money. But also the bidding process. You know, there are conflicts with the bidding process. I got to tell you, people who can all bid at the last minute, it almost seems like the same people bidding through other cities. Maybe we should have a process where you have a month, everybody has to turn their bid in a separate week, so the bidding process seems a little more fair. It seems a little odd that when people handwrite their bid all and it's due at the same end of the day or the end of the month, seems a little bit questionable for me. But this project, you got to be asking yourselves questions. The people at home are asking themselves questions. We've been talking about desalination plant for years and years and years. I don't think anything's defined. We asked the gentleman here, he's all over the board. I don't think we know when this is going to get done. I think it's going to be another 20-year project. You know why? Because nobody's putting demands on getting it done. You guys are city councilmen. Enough doing dancing. It's time to get this policy done. You're talking about the cost savings here, but what about actually moving this project forward? I didn't see any timelines. Is 30 days good for you, Tony? How about a year from now? How about 2 years from now? I mean, what is the timeline? When we ask a government agency to be accountable and the people who get paid salary, when is enough is enough? When is the timeline? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? You're councilman. These are your people. They work for you. City manager, you make $300 grand a year. Maybe you'd like to explain why this project is on a runaway. We keep talking about it year after year. I didn't hear any confidence in going, yes, Kevin, we can get this done. It seems very, very going nowhere. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Okay.
Your Honor.
So, Mrs. Craven, yes.
I would like to make a motion to direct staff to bring this back, authorizing in the future, we would authorize the city manager to, or the public works director, whoever it is, who would go to bid again. The bid would be on the facility as it was designed, with an alternate bid of no fence and no engineering estimates.
There are no engineering. All right. So could you repeat? Okay, so Public Works to...
Facility would be as it is.
As is.
With an alternate bid. Okay. We're asking for an alternate bid of no fence. I mean, we ask for alternate bids all the time. Go out to slurry seal or redo streets, and we ask for alternate bid 1, alternate bid 2, alternate bid 3. This will be an alternate bid of what the facility would be without them building the fence.
And what about the components of the building? There was some talk.
Oh, those necessary components would be added. The 4 things that are listed over here on page 2, pink. Don't they have to be added? Yes. Yes, so that's what he was asking about, and I'm sorry, I neglected to say that they would be added into the design.
Okay. Mr. Moshe?
Sorry. Two quick questions. Instead of without a fence, do you mean without the wall?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to bid as is, as
is, and an alternate of no
wall.
It's really a fence, but if you want to call it a wall.
It was a cylinder block wall, right?
Right. It was a cinder block
okay.
wall.
And then, do we, in regards to what we're authorizing financial wise, do we want to put that number in there?
Well, when they come back with a bid, I thought we would.
We have to pay.
We have to pay for a redesign for this? I thought we were going to go to
the additional.
We still need to have an amendment to include the design of the additional project elements.
Right. Okay.
And
That's
the other items to integrate those changes into the design package. Take out if I can go back to the slide, that'll be more helpful.
But we don't know an amount not to exceed right now.
Right. Yeah, so we would have to actually come back with this item again for an amendment to the design contract.
Right.
Which, that's additional time before we can get started on that. But with that direction, we can get moving on the rebid. Restructuring that package.
So maybe I worded it wrong at the beginning, but my idea was to add these 4 elements that are needed that were not included in the original design. And when we go to bid, we will ask for an alternate bid with no wall, and we'll do it without engineering estimates.
Could you add the 4, Dave? Could you repeat the 4 that we need to?
Right here.
Oh, right here. Okay, I was looking at it over here.
No, these things.
Okay.
Are you looking on stamp page 2?
Yeah.
Big page 2, the items 1, 2,
So
3,
the
and
surge
4.
mitigation system, and then incorporated treated water and the pipes.
Electrical service
Electrical service and
connection.
the modification of the site entrance. Is that
Correct, yes, and those all need to be done, and that's the task number 2 for design additional project elements. The
Oh,
Brown and
okay.
Caldwell's amendment needs to include that.
You're
So
going to keep those in?
maybe I could offer a suggestion
Okay.
to keep things moving now, and with input from anybody else that may need to on this, to confirm moving forward like this with the end goal of authorizing the amendment tonight with Brown and Caldwell to include the design of additional project elements. That's the $92,855. The integration of all changes into the design package at the $33,924, and the bid phase services and the project management services.
That's 77?
The 77,414.
Those get added in.
Right. Now, and as discussed before too, it's likely more than what's going to be needed, but we will only pay for the services that are rendered.
Okay.
But as in interest of keeping this moving with an amendment approved tonight, those items included would.
So what do they add up to so we can have a different, not have a 551,000 not to
A couple
exceed
hundred
here?
thousand.
I'm adding that right
A
now.
little over 200. 230.
30?
235.
235?
Rounding.
$234,263.
Okay, so I'll
234.
reword my
If
motion.
you'd like to
It
round
never-
it up to 235, we could do that.
It never got a second, so I'll move to authorize the city manager to execute agreement number 2017-75G with Brown and Caldwell for an amount not to exceed $235,000 for a total agreement authorization of, and that amount's going to change because
Yeah.
it's,
It's about
we'll need to
3.6.
subtract that. But the design, the parts of it that are going to be included are from this task list. The only parts that would be included would be the design additional project elements, the bid phase services, and project management.
But also integration of
Integration of all changes into the design package.
again. The total level of effort likely won't be what's shown there because we wouldn't be integrating the building design, but those other 4 required items require some integration also
Right.
into the design.
And then to give direction that when we do go to bid, we will ask for the bid on the project as designed, plus an alternate bid for no wall.
Yes.
So
And the
that-
different
That's my motion.
components of the building too?
No.
No.
We wouldn't do that. We
No
keep the
no
building.
change to the building.
Okay. Okay, so you've heard
There's a second.
the motion. Is there a second? Second. Yeah, Ms. Santangelo seconded the motion. So is there any further discussion on this? Mr. Tremblay?
So I think it's fair then to characterize this as a difficult choice between 2 kind of difficult options. One is to spend about $230,000 to potentially save about $1 million and have the process go faster versus spending about $600,000 to potentially save $2.5 million and to have the process go slower. Have I about captured that right?
And end up with a, not that I care about what the building looks like, but a lesser aesthetically pleasing building, but less administrative room, less,
The $2.5 million, once you factor in additional construction costs, will net out at 900. then.
Well, there's a difference in savings between the two approaches of about $1 million.
Yeah.
When you come right down to it, it's about $1 million difference between the two approaches.
No, should only be about 100,000.
No, because if you spend about $230,000 to potentially save about $1 million,
Right. And you're saying $1 million because we're going faster, so hopefully we won't fall into we won't incur additional construction, the price of construction going up.
I think we've got.
But no, that's where you're getting $1 million from, right?
No, because you're saving $1 million through, if I understand it right.
Oh, the alternative.
Yeah,
bid.
the one moving from the wall to the fence is, if I understand, that's about $1 million in savings. If you redo the building, if I understood it correctly, that's about 1.4 million, and go to a pre-engineered. And landscape savings could be somewhere between 50,000 to 100,000. So the total savings under the slower approach is about 2.5 million, but it's slower in terms of months to get it done, as opposed to what the motion is, which is to spend about 230,000, potentially save about $1 million, and go faster. And both options, unfortunately, are out of the future. So you got a cost escalator either way, right? And there's nothing, and there's no control that way. But I think that kind of, to me, that is our choice.
Can I interject on the 2.5? But with the presentation, the $2.5 million is savings from the project, but then we also factored in the $600,000 we'd spend redesigning, plus anticipated $1 million in just the natural inflation of construction expenses. So that would net out at 900,000.
Yeah, I didn't net. I had it as a gross.
Oh,
number.
right.
I had it as a gross number. Okay. Right. Okay. That's fine. You can apply the
I'm
net.
just playing.
But you're saying that the differential is not as great.
Right.
Right.
But you still have a differential because you're going to have a cost escalator on the faster motion, too.
Yeah.
And we don't know. And we don't know what the bids.
It's going to be relevant either way. Yeah.
And we don't know what the bids are going to be.
We just don't know how fast that elevator is going up.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any further discussion? We do have a motion and a second. Please vote. That passes 4-1 with Mr. Tremblay opposing. All right, great discussion. It was a really important issue. Did a great job up here.
Could I just ask just a check in to make sure that we're solid on the action, on the motion and the second and the vote. But as far as can that information be rolled into the proposed amendment that's here that's going to need to be revised? The amendment that's attached to the staff report is going to have to be revised according to the motion, and that's okay to proceed with that execution of that amendment with those changes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. 9:30. Do you need a break?
Parking restrictions.
Okay, so let's get down to item B. It's the parking restriction on Davenport Street, resolution establishing a no parking at any time restriction. Do we have a staff report on that?
You go ahead.
Yeah, so actually, I have a short presentation here for actually all the three next items. If that's okay, I would like to cover that presentation covering the three items and go that route. So first item is recommended parking restriction on Davenport Street. And all three of these items were presented and considered by the Streets and Transportation Committee on January 23rd. And on Davenport Street, which is just south and tees into Village at the Park Drive, Rancho Rosal School here is to the north. We have the Oakmont project that's under construction here. Davenport proceeds south all the way to Bridgehampton. We have a T intersection of East Park coming in from the east. And during times of school pickup and drop off especially, parking occurs on Davenport, and it's legal to park on Davenport. However, what happens with the parking extending all the way to the intersection of East Park for cars exiting East Park, it impinges on the sight distance of vehicles coming out. So the recommendation is to post 50 feet on either side of the intersection as no parking anytime, and we'll keep that area clear and provide required sight distance. Just added a view here of Davenport. This is looking north. This would be the areas of parking restrictions here along this curb line and along on the other side of East Park here. So that's the item on Davenport. I guess I'll entertain questions at this time before I move on to the next one, if there are any.
Any, why don't we do these individually, is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, is there any questions on this? We did take this up in the Streets and Towns, and there was a trans subcommittee, and there was concurrence on this. So is there any questions on this?
Move the approval.
We have a public comment.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't see it. Matt Lorimer. Okay.
I'm back again. You know, I used to live at the Lamplighter. It's needed over there. I'm going to give you kudos. This is really needed over there. And that whole area, there's blind spots. So I have to say this is something good. I'm not always against everything, but this is really necessary. That area, having it back like that is a really good idea. As a person who used to go in that area and deal with that area, and I can tell you it's definitely needed. It's overdue, you know. If you enter the front of the Lamplighter Mobile Home Park, there's a street where people, there's a pool, and summertime they block both sides, and you basically have to drive almost in the middle of the road to get through it. So this is something I hope, because this was a planned community. You know, people came here, and this was a project. I hope we look at other projects like this and kind of think a little bit about when we jam so many units in there that there's enough space. So, again, I want to thank you. This is a good plan.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Ms. Tremblay, did you?
I'd like to second Mrs. Craven's motion.
Sure.
But then I also have a question.
Oh, for sure. Why don't you proceed with that?
Okay. Just, it's not this item, but is there another item pending in Streets and Transportation Committee about discussion of additional signage on near Davenport and Bridgehampton relative to that curve that comes around near the pool area? There had been some discussion about that. Is Streets and Trans looking at that? On Bridgehampton, on that curve, with some
Right.
additional signage.
Heading towards Pleasant Valley.
Heading from Pleasant Valley toward Davenport, toward the intersection of Davenport and Bridgehampton.
You have to remind me what the signage, what would the signage
Speed reduction. And just general indication that that's an area where people are crossing over to that community pool. I know it's not on the agenda, but I'm just curious, do we have a separate item that's being considered?
So that's the pool's down at Via Rosal,
Via Rosal,
Bridgehampton.
yeah. Uh-huh.
So
That curve.
Yes, so
That's
that'd
just
be-
to the west of that.
Right. I believe we have added signage out there for if you're on Bridgehampton heading down towards Pleasant Valley, making the curve.
I'm talking about the installation of additional signage. You know, maybe that's something I can just take up offline, because without delaying this anymore. But it's an item that I've asked about in the past.
Right, and I believe we addressed that and talked about it, and some additional signage was put in for.
I'm not aware of that.
Pedestrian area
It had to be in the last couple of weeks then. Okay.
I'll have to follow up on that.
All right.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? Hearing none, please vote. That passes 5-0. Okay. Dave, would you like to do item C, please?
Yes, moving on to proposed parking restriction on Dawson Drive. Again, this item was considered by the Streets and Transportation Committee, and responding to concerns from drivers exiting driveways from businesses on Dawson Drive, mainly on the southern portion of Dawson Drive down here approaching Pleasant Valley. So we've addressed with a recommendation to add red curbs on either side of each driveway within the stretch of 800 feet, essentially from Pleasant Valley Road north. This weird orangish yellow color is not what we're going to paint. I just used an odd color to highlight the limits of what we're looking at. Adding red curb striping on either side of, it would be 10 driveways in total, including driveways on both sides, to essentially increase sight distance at those driveways for vehicles exiting the driveways onto Dawson Drive. Another pictorial here showing, looking north on Dawson Drive, where some vehicles, this vehicle is parked back a little ways from the driveway, not so much of a problem, but others closer to the driveways. With that 20 feet, a red curb either side of the driveways, we feel is going to increase the sight distance enough in the majority of the situations that will provide an additional or a safer exit for the vehicles entering Dawson Drive.
A question.
Yeah, I'll give Ms. Craven first.
So, just looking at the graphic, is this going to take up, is this a ban on all parking along that portion of Dawson Drive?
No, that's what I was saying. What I was trying to show here is the limits, the 800-foot limit of where we're going to apply these red curbs on either side of driveways is only going to be from Pleasant Valley up to here, not the entire stretch of Dawson Drive all the way up further north.
But
so,
those properties are not that wide. Will there still be parking in front of some of those buildings?
Yes. Yeah. No, we looked at that, analyzed that. Actually, the code, the law, vehicle code is you can't park closer than 5 feet to a driveway entrance. So for instance, this vehicle is legal here, parked with, it looks like about 5 feet of curb left. So what we're doing is essentially adding another 15 feet to that restriction for a total of 20 feet. And there is substantial other opportunities for curb parking along there.
Okay.
Mr. Tremblay, and I'll get you next, Sean. Mr. Tremblay, do you?
No, I'm just ready to make a motion.
Well, I think Mr. Milche.
Yeah, two questions. One, why not a little bit further north? I know on the west side, there's an additional driveway. Actually, on both sides, I believe there's an additional driveway. Just a hair north of that line there. Right. Why didn't we capture those two last little driveways before the little intersection where you can turn off onto Lewis?
Okay, so that's quite a little bit further north yet to that intersection to go over to Lewis. It would be several other properties further north.
No, I'm just saying there's just two more intersections within, I'm going to say almost 20 to 30 feet of where we end the yellow line.
So what we did is, and based on observations of the parking habits out there, this area to the south does tend to be more heavily parked with less vehicles typically using street parking to the north there and not causing issues. The concerns have been coming from down in this area. So we thought first step, let's treat this first 800 feet and monitor that into the future. And if there's additional locations that need to be addressed, we can look at that in the future.
Okay. I spoke to several tenants just actually in the west, the northwest end, right where that line ends, that where all those cars are double parked. I talked to a lot of them, and they actually love the idea of 20 feet restrictions, because they say, and actually I drive in and out of there. I drive this road multiple times a day. We have several vendors who actually work right off Dawson, so I'm always driving into those parking lots myself. I can't tell you how many times I've almost gotten hit because I can't see oncoming traffic. I wish that it was extended actually just a hair, 20 or 30 feet further north. And isn't it also true that a lot of these curbs are already marked red? Some of them have markings that are only 5 feet, some are like 10 feet. They're all kind of oblong, different distances. So there already is some restricted parking along there. So we're just going to standardize everything at 20 feet.
There is some, yes.
So it won't, to Mrs. Craven's question as well, we're already restricting, a certain amount of parking. So it's not going to be that much more than what's already kind of restricted in some places there.
Right. And to follow up on that, looking at the map in the agenda packet, that aerial's a little bit clearer on the limits, and that 800 feet on that west side, we could include that last driveway there.
I know, I can tell you those tenants would greatly appreciate it.
Right. Yeah, we could include that one.
Did you make a second?
No, I was going to make a
Oh, didn't, okay. Did somebody make a motion on this before?
No.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, Tony, go ahead. Yeah, please do.
We have a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, jeez. Sorry about that. Matt Lorimer. Sorry, Matt.
I'd say the fifth time's a charm, but I'm not going to say it. Well, I can tell you, Dawson Drive, if you ever been gone down there when the people got to work, it's like the speed demon alley. You know, I don't know if the city's done a traffic study. They really should, because since the Village of the Park is the new gateway over there and it's grown so rapidly, it's funny, I was in Lamplighter and I had a conversation with somebody and they say that area is really getting out of control because it's actually a cutaway to get to Village of the Park. If you're coming home or people are leaving from businesses, that area has become really quite a speed demon alley. I'd really like to see the city council have the sheriff do some speed control, maybe some also conduct some, you know, you put those machines over there to register speeds. It is becoming quite unsavory. I can tell you because, you know, what's funny is a few weeks ago I went down there and literally if you open your car door and you're not careful, you're liable to be part of your car. I mean, it's really, you know, I know we don't want parking restrictions and it's a good idea, but I think you guys should really look at monitoring the speed of that area. I think it's about time. The Village of the Park has grown. It's just become really crazy. And if you don't believe me, try to go over there and see what goes on when people get out of work. Monitor the traffic. You'll see what I'm saying in the morning. But I really think it's time to do some measurements of that area as far as speed. I hope you'll consider that because it's important. You know something? I think it's important too. You know, I come here and I speak of stuff. It doesn't take somebody to die or get killed. You can actually make a difference by checking things before they happen. So I'd just advise that. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, Mr. Tremblay, did you want to make a motion?
Sure. Let me take a shot at this and also say thanks to the Streets and Transportation Committee members because this was due to complaints that came to me, came to a number of us. The motion would be we do this in two parts. Adopt a resolution prohibiting the parking of vehicles within 20 feet of driveways on both sides of Dawson Drive for a distance of 800 feet northerly of Pleasant Valley Road and modify that to increase the distance, I'm not quite sure how to do this, an additional 50 feet northerly on the west side of Dawson? So that the western side, so the last driveway is included. Does that
or
make sense?
sufficient distance to include that
Could you show
driveway
that
on the west
map,
side?
if you mind?
There you go. 800 feet plus a sufficient distance to
I'd
include.
like the pointer to show exactly
Right
where the
there.
west.
She's
Oh, I'm
showing.
sorry. There it is, right there.
Right.
Okay.
I kind of picked 50 feet as an arbitrary, but that actually sounds good to me. Rather than pick a additional 50 feet northerly, just say modify to increase the distance on the
Sufficient distance,
sufficient distance to include the
next driveway.
next driveway on the west side of Dawson. Is that clear enough? Okay, that's the motion.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? Hearing none, please vote. That passes unanimously. Okay, that gets down as to D. You're a busy man tonight, Dave.
We're not done yet.
He's just getting started.
A couple more to go. So this area is a parking restriction on East Loop, traveling north on East Loop, approaching San Ysidro Street. And currently parking is allowed on the section of East Loop that's marked in red here. and what I've indicated there is an 80-foot stretch that's being recommended for no parking. Again, a site distance situation here, where if this is fully parked, including this vehicle, or even if this vehicle was parked up closer, vehicles exiting San Ysidro, coming out especially to turn left on East Loop, either direction, but to turn left, having to cross both lanes, that parked vehicles impair the sight distance looking down East Loop for northbound traffic. So there are concerns with parking there, and there still will be a stretch of this portion of East Loop south of the 80 feet that would be open for several cars to park there. And there's street parking on the other side of East Loop and north and south of this location, along with on San Ysidro Street. So that's the recommendation that was brought forth to Streets and Trans Committee, and to restrict the 80 feet of parking here along the curb as shown. Oh, I wanted to add, I do have a picture here showing also, this is looking southbound at the location, southbound East Loop at San Ysidro here, so cars exiting here, and the restriction would be here.
Okay, are there any questions on this? No? Okay, what's the...
Move the approval.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, please vote. That passes unanimously. Installation of a full capture stormwater trash device for the Camarillo corridor. Do we have a staff report on that?
Yes, that's me. I have a staff report and a short presentation for you. I'll bring that up here momentarily. Thank you. This item is the typical final step in a capital improvement project where City Council approves the final pay estimate for payment to the contractor and also accepts the improvements, then allowing the filing of the notice of completion. So this project installed what we call full capture trash screens in 125 storm drain inlets in the Camarillo corridor. Camarillo corridor area is shown highlighted in the pinkish color here. And it is the former redevelopment area and has been identified as being the Camarillo corridor with funds that are available for capital projects to be spent specifically in this area. So that is the funding source that we moved ahead with this project for these 125 storm drain inlets at the locations shown with the dots throughout the Camarillo corridor.
Excuse me.
So this project was required to work towards compliance with the city's municipal stormwater National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permit. So we're under an NPDES permit, along with State Water Regional Quality Control Board statewide trash requirements. And essentially, the requirement is to remove trash from the storm drain system, the waterways, and in essence, the ocean. So there are permit requirements in place for removal of trash. So this is what is installed. It's a full capture trash screen, and the water enters into the catch basin here and flows through the screen. The screen has small openings in it, allowing water to flow through, collects trash, and the trash would be caught behind this screen. And in the event that the trash builds up so high, the water flows over up higher, and then even if the whole thing was filled with trash, the water has a place to overflow and not cause a flooding issue. So these screens were installed in the 125 locations, and the project cost for that was $68,000, $338.75. And these catch basins are inspected, all of our catch basins are inspected several times a year, and accumulated trash is removed. The requirement is for an additional 300 catch basins. So through the statewide trash requirements, it's identified over 400 catch basins that are in areas of higher trash generation and areas sensitive for drainage into the Revlon Slough, especially, is impaired for trash. So a large portion of the city drains there, and there's an additional 300 catch basins that need to have trash devices installed by 2025 to fully comply with the statewide trash requirements. This project for the additional catch basin trash devices is included in our capital improvement program and will be implemented in the next several years. That concludes my report, and I'm open for
Where
questions.
is Ocean Blue Environmental Services? Do you know where they reside?
Where they're located? I don't offhand. I don't know if the
You can get back to me on
notice of completion has anything on that.
Question.
You can get back to me, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we do have a question from Mrs. Craven.
Yeah, how did these all hold up in the rain we've had this year?
They've been holding up fine and operating accordingly. We do have some locations where we monitor and have had in the past to pull these out under high flow conditions. So just some of the hydraulics of the locations to, again, not significant flooding would occur, but to really minimize it, we monitor these locations under rain events. Yeah.
Any other questions? Mr. Moshe?
I have an answer to your question. They're located in Long Beach.
Long Beach, thank you.
And actually, kind of piggyback on Ms. Craven's question, what's the average lifespan of these catch basins or the screens?
Oh, yeah, good question. The screens, I mean, a lot of it's going to depend on how much flow gets to each one and how much trash gets to each one. I really don't have an accurate answer for
This is
you.
all new stuff.
Yeah.
Right. They are, it's.
Do they insure them for a period of time?
Well, we have a standard one-year warranty for capital projects. Yeah. So.
Any other questions?
Move the suggested action.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. That passes 5-0. Okay, gets us down to F, and that's the Springville Interchange Landscape Retrofit ST-5059. Do we have a staff report on that?
Yes, thank you. So this item is another typical step in our capital improvement project process. And at this point, it's for council to approve the project plans and specifications and authorize staff to advertise for construction bids. Staff will be returning to council after bids are received and opened to award a construction contract for this project. Short presentation here showing the location of work at the Springville Interchange. And full landscape improvements were installed with the interchange. And there are several areas where the coverage of the slopes with the bougainvillea hasn't been as adequate as it needs to be. There's also some trees that we've lost, about 35 trees, due to being in areas where a large amount of groundwater and drainage isn't very good for the species that was planted. So the trees proposed to be planted are those that are more tolerant to poor drainage and water being present. So a quick overview of planting 60 bougainvillea shrubs to increase the coverage of the slopes, and then planting those 35 trees to replace those that have been lost. The project also includes replacement of overhead spray irrigation with drip irrigation on the slopes. That'll reduce water use and give better coverage and performance of the plants with getting the water to where it really needs to be. We'll also be installing a liquid fertilizer system that'll automatically fertilize the plants, improving plant growth and reducing the cost of manually fertilizing the plants. And also installation of water flow sensors to more efficiently control irrigation flow rates, again, with the effort of reducing water use. A couple shots of the location showing the flat area down here. Additional trees will be planted there, and you can see the slopes look barren in locations and just need more landscape coverage. Another angle of the slope showing the area where additional bougainvillea plants will be planted. The existing plants out there, the irrigation will be retrofitted there with the fertilizing system, so those existing plants should also thrive better. Another shot showing the need for additional planting here on the slopes. So next steps are to advertise for construction bids, come back to council for award of the construction project, or the contract for the project. We anticipate construction starting in late spring, early summer of this year. And the estimated construction cost is about $115,000. This is also located within the Camarillo corridor area, and those are the funds that are being used for this project. I think that completes my presentation.
Any questions on this item here?
Comment.
Comments?
I just want to say that I think that the landscaping that's out there is really beautiful. It's come about in the last few years, and it really looks nice. I think it's the nicest looking intersection we have. So
I get a lot of comments out there too, and really positive.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll move the approval.
Second.
Oh, okay. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Okay, that gets us down to administrative services, Camarillo Library High-Speed Broadband Network Connection Agreement.
How about community development?
There's no items on that that I
They
see.
added one.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a second agenda.
We can give Mr. Consul
What item did
I've got
they
it
add?
here.
I missed that.
She's got.
Oh, thank you. Well, serves me right for not. Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, we've got community development. It's the Tessa Robles Affordable Townhome. So do we have, Joe, is this yours tonight?
Yes, it is. Dave Klotzel will not be presenting this item,
Thank you for that, clerk.
but we will have Oksana Buck present.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and council members. On August 24th, 2016, the City Council approved the Affordable Housing Agreement for two projects, Air Townhomes in Springville, that's the project you see here on the left, and Tessa Robles Townhomes at Camino Ruiz and Vertigo Way, that's up on the screen on the right. Each agreement contained resale restrictions, which are recorded against the affordable units when they are sold or purchased. Air Townhomes have two very low-income units, one low-income unit, and 96 market rate. Tessa Robles has 13 moderate-income units and 116 market rate units. Both projects are currently being developed and sold by Comstock Homes. Prior to commencing the sale process, the developer sought Federal Housing Administration, or FHA, certification for the projects so that the units would be eligible for FHA financing. FHA-backed mortgages usually have more lenient requirements than conventional loans, such as lower credit scores, lower down payment, potentially making homeownership more attainable to low and moderate income households. FHA granted this certification for both projects with the exception of the affordable units, the reason being that affordable housing and resale restrictions were not consistent with FHA regulations. As a result, the buyers of the affordable units cannot apply for FHA financing, and in some cases, FHA mortgages are the best product for those buyers. To help address this issue and encourage homeownership, the developer requested that the city revise the resale restrictions to meet FHA requirements. There were two key revisions. The first is that resale restrictions will terminate should an affordable unit go into foreclosure. However, the city will have an opportunity to either purchase the unit or assign the unit for purchase by another qualified buyer. And the second key revision is that the lender is protected in case of a decrease in the area median income, in which case there's a possibility that the maximum resale price could be lower than the original loan amount. Currently, there are two buyers in escrow seeking FHA financing to purchase affordable units at Tessa Robles, and if these revisions are approved, they can close escrow. For any affordable units that don't utilize FHA financing, the city can still use the original form of resale restrictions that the city approved back in 2016. Staff suggested action is to adopt a resolution approving the revised form of affordable housing agreements and resale restrictions for the Air and Tessa Robles townhomes. And that concludes staff presentation.
Is there any questions tonight?
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Tremblay.
Yeah. Oksana, great report. I just have one question, though, on the staff report. When there is a foreclosure, the staff report, and you just indicated this, you'll have, and I quote, the city will have the opportunity to preserve the affordability covenant by either purchasing the unit, I get that part, or by assigning the unit to be purchased by another qualified buyer. Can you just walk us briefly through the steps for that type of assignment to occur?
Yes, the city could find a qualified buyer, and they would buy the unit directly.
And assuming that neither of those two instances happen, then the covenant goes away, right?
Right.
Okay. I just want to be sure I understood the process. Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Craven.
This satisfies a problem we had earlier this year or last year with a couple of units over in Village at the Park. Is this the same problem?
No, it's not.
It's a different problem?
This is more of being prepared to have the ability to cast a wider net, to have more qualified buyers using FHA financing for affordable units in these two projects.
Okay, so that was a different problem that
Yes.
cropped up. Okay.
That was the use of the old affordability covenant language versus the current.
And the potential for losing that unit.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So what's the will of the council?
You have a public comment? Kevin,
Sorry?
you have a
Blue
public
card.
comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I keep doing it. I'm sorry, man. Matt Lorimer.
So, you look at the affordable housing, you have to ask your question. Affordable housing has been built through California for many years. And the question is, are the people buy these things, do they buy them and flip them in 20 years? Will you guys be around? And, I quite don't understand, there's a need. We keep hearing the governor, everybody saying, I know, for instance, we need affordable housing in this state. But these houses that come up, basically, what are they capped at? Let's say in 20 years, 10 years, they want to sell that house. Do they go to market rate, or do they stay at that same price? I think they should stay at the same price minus a new roof. But other than that, do they really stay affordable? And how many years do they stay affordable? I've never heard a council, because, I've asked this question before and nobody's really got that answer. How many years does affordable housing stay affordable housing? And how do you know that housing won't turn when you guys are gone or when there's a different administration? The question is I heard affordable housing, but who monitors that? Who really monitors affordable housing? Let's say somebody was to buy that house, right, and 10 years from now, who's going to really monitor that stay affordable housing? What I'm trying to say is the reason why the state has so many problems with affordable housing, because does it really stay affordable housing? Because you read about cities, how people get a bunch of people in, they buy houses. I'm not saying it's happening here, but the idea is if people buy these units and basically sell them for a profit down the road, it doesn't never stay affordable housing. That part of it, I've never seen the city council address. I brought that up a few times when I ran for city council, and everybody danced around about that issue. I'm curious, how many years does affordable housing stay affordable housing? And how much can they raise the rate when they go to sell that unit? Does anybody have that answer? I'd really like to know that. So we've created 13, 14 units that are affordable housing here, maybe 15, whatever the count is. The bottom line is, how many years does it stay affordable housing? And what's the limit? And who makes sure they stay within that limit? I'm just curious about that. I've never got that answer. So maybe somebody can answer that for me.
Mr. Mayor, we can provide that answer immediately. Mr. Moe, would you address that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to answer the questions for the speaker, the affordable sale price is always based on area median income. So as the area median income goes up, the price of the unit would theoretically go up with that in proportion. And to address who's monitoring, and making sure that it stays affordable. It's myself, Mr. Vaca, the city manager, it's the city. We monitor it, and we make sure that that transaction is done appropriately and consistent with our guidelines and policies.
The third question was, how long is it?
So we can respond to that. For these particular affordable units, it's 30 years. And since this affordable housing agreement was originally adopted in 2016, the city's actually raised that time frame from 30 to 55 years. So if this was a 2019 agreement, that would be a 55-year term. That also resets to an additional 55 years if it's sold during that 55-year time frame. So it's almost in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moe and Mr. Vaca. Okay, so, yes, absolutely.
Move the suggested action.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. That passes unanimously. Okay, city manager. Okay, that does get us down, I believe, now to administrative services. The Camarillo Library High-Speed Broadband Network Connection Agreement. Do we have a staff report on that?
Yes, Mayor. In efforts of bringing high-speed broadband to the City of Camarillo Library, staff is requesting that City Council approve an agreement with Khalifa Group. It's a library consortium of over 200 libraries in California that bid for and negotiate technology discount rates for its members. This allows the City of Camarillo Library to connect to a high-speed broadband network called CalREN, California Research and Education Network, designed to meet the expanding needs of our patrons. CalREN is operated by CENIC, or the Corporation for Education Network Initiatives in California. The effort to bring high-speed broadband to libraries came of requisite funding from the state's budget to the California State Library to provide the statewide, and actually began as a pilot program in 2013 with only 29 library jurisdictions at that time. In the report, the reference material explains the partnership between California State Library, the Khalifa Group, and CENIC to offer this service to libraries, and it also explains how Khalifa is already bringing this high-speed broadband to all higher education institutions and K-1 schools in the state. With an agreement with Khalifa, CENIC will provide the City of Camarillo Library a 1 gigabit per second connection, which makes it 10 times faster than the current connection of 100 megabit per second. This improves the ability for patrons to video conference, stream media, create content, and boost wireless access, among other advantages. It is also expected that this 5-year period will result in cost savings when compared to Time Warner cable business class estimates for the same level of service. And those are just really soft numbers at this time, but it is expected to provide cost savings. Should this agreement be approved tonight, there are additional steps that need to be taken, including the purchasing and installation of equipment. And city staff will work with CENIC to identify this equipment and to take advantage of E-rate and Teleconnect fund discounts. We must comply, in order to take advantage of those discounts, we must comply with bidding requirements, delaying the bidding of this equipment after July 1, 2019. Therefore, the implementation date for full transition services to CalREN is expected to be July 1, 2020. The suggested action for council tonight is to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Khalifa for the provision, installation, and maintenance of advanced network data services for a total 5-year contract amount of $29,610.
Yeah. Ms. Nichols, did they, in the long term, are they solvent in the long term? In other words, we're not going to do this in a couple years. The program's not going to be there. Are they relatively, steady?
Yes, and actually they've been growing. So they're currently right now offering the services to all the Cal State schools, higher education institutions, and K-1 schools in the state.
Okay.
In addition to that, in 2013, this pilot program with libraries began with those 29 libraries. We're up to 200 now, so it is continuing to grow.
Thank you for that. Is there any other further questions? Mr. Tremblay, do you have a question?
Yeah, this is a good idea. I'm supportive of it, and it's really moderate or reasonable cost. But this is a 5-year deal. Any idea what happens or any discussions with Khalifa about what happens in 23, 24?
Well, the Khalifa will go in through another renegotiation process with its subcontractors or to get, go out for proposals. So we're expecting, depending on the cost, which we're expecting them to be lower than other costs or other competitors, we would extend another 5-year contract or go out for another 5-year contract, which would we bring to the council.
With hopefully just a moderate increase. I mean, I just don't want to set up a situation where we've got a really moderate deal and all of a sudden there's this huge kicker in year 6.
Yeah, we're not expecting that, but I don't know what's going to happen in year 6.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other further? Yes, Mr. Mulchay?
What exactly does the equipment entail? And do we need to lay down fiber in order to connect to the network, or can we utilize existing infrastructure?
Yes, we can utilize existing infrastructure. In fact, what we're really looking at is the main switches for the network at the library. My subject matter expert isn't here to really go through that, but no, we would not be expected to have this major infrastructure. It would be basically the core stack at the library.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're not digging anything up to lay down fiber to...
Understood. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just have one other question. So the initial cost is about $22,950, but we're going to get a reimbursement from Khalifa of approximately $19,980, about $20,000 of that cost then?
Yes,
over time?
Yeah, in the staff report, if you look at on the second page of the staff report, there's a table there, and basically shows that the first year, well, there is no fiscal year 1920 cost, but in fiscal year 2021, you see that the amount is $22,950. The discount then of the $19,000 is then added to fiscal year 21-22 and they're forward. So the annual cost then drops down to $2,220 per year.
Any further questions at this time? It's the will of the council.
Move the suggested action.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please vote. That passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so that does get us down now to new business. City Manager, do you have any new business tonight? No. Mr. City Attorney, any new business tonight?
I have no items.
Okay. So that'll get us down to the City Council. So why don't we start with Mr. Mulchay today? Do you have anything that you'd like to add today?
I do. Not nearly as long as some of the last times. Thursday, February 14th, Valentine's Day, unfortunately for my wife, I was at an airport authority meeting.
That's a good way to celebrate.
Yeah, we ended up celebrating over the weekend instead. Mr. Tremblay, I addressed with the interim director the concern that was raised to you by a resident in regards to their ability to even file a complaint, a noise complaint. Okay. He says he's not aware of any situation where, in the past, in which they didn't file one that was called in. And he assures me that at no time would they ever dissuade or refuse to file a complaint. With that, I had him walk us through the process for a complaint being filed and what they do on their end once the complaint is filed in identifying the aircraft. He did say that even that time, meaning if you hear airplane overhead and you give it an hour and then you call in, just because it's not in real time, you don't call it in real time, doesn't mean they can't identify the aircraft as long as you give them a rather specific window as to when you heard the noise. Because they have computer systems where they can actually go back and they can identify what aircraft was flying over that region at any time.
So it doesn't have to be contemporaneous?
Correct.
Okay.
So there should be no issue. There should be no reason why. And he didn't have anything other than that to add.
Thank you for following. Good. We'll hold him to his word.
Yes, and I'll look forward to hearing from that resident if they have any further issues with filing a complaint. I've also spoken to one of their neighbors in that regard as well. They haven't had an issue with filing a complaint, but they've had issues with noise.
Thanks for following.
Wednesday, February 20th, I attended the Camarillo Ranch Committee meeting. Thursday, February 21st, I attended, along with several of my counterparts here, the CCUCI Connection Luncheon at the Spanish Hills Country Club, where President Beck gave kind of state of the university. It was really great to be there. For me in particular, I'm a CCUCI alum, and I actually used to attend those events when I was a student. So it was kind of neat to see and meet the students who, they were kind of in my shoes, or whose shoes I was in a while back. Monday, February 25th, I attended both the investment committee meeting and the finance committee meeting. And I have nothing abnormal to report from any of that. I did one issue, and I'll bring it to, considering we talked a lot about streets today. I did get a letter from a resident in Village of the Park with several specific recommendations when it comes to certain improvements they would like to see when it comes to certain signage in Village of the Park. I will pass that on to the Transportation and Streets Committee.
Mr. Tremblay, anything tonight?
Yeah, I've got a few things. For meetings attended, February 21, the EDC board meeting. February 23, it was a wonderful Eagle Court of Honor for Prashant Patel and Troop 225. And on February 27, which is today, I had Clean Power Alliance Finance Committee meeting. Four things, if I could. Number one, when I was reading our most recent monthly activity report, I was really focused on our fire district response calls, and somewhere around 75% plus of the total calls in Camarillo, this is for fourth quarter of 2018, are medical related. And out of those, and the firefighters, paramedics keep a log of all the different types of medical calls, and the highest call percentage-wise out of those medical calls are falls at almost 20%, 19.8%. And it made me wonder, particularly in our community where we have a lot of seniors, is that higher perhaps than in other areas? And just by happenstance, and I'll give this to Jeffrey and ask Jeffrey to distribute this article to everyone. There was an article in the Ventura County Star last Monday, the 25th, and it talked about falls among the area's seniors and how they can be tragic. It was eye-opening. For St. John's PV, there were almost 2,700 falls over a 4-year period, people going into St. John's Pleasant Valley. And that's roughly consistent with the statistics that the Fire Protection District is giving us. But there were some recommendations. There are some training programs or programs where people where fall prevention is discussed, including the Ventura County Elderly Fall Prevention Coalition and the Ventura County Area Agency on Aging. They offer classes in balance. So I wanted to just commend that to your attention so you're aware. Interestingly enough, the incidence of falls is much higher on the East County. So
that's interesting.
And I figured you would know all about that, Susan, given your background. So anyway, I thought that was interesting, and I'll pass that on. Second, we're in the newspaper articles. I'm following Mrs. Craven. I'm following your lead on this. You normally have. There was a very interesting article in the LA Times on Sunday. The title of the article is "State Lawmakers Are Taking on Cities Over the Housing Crisis." And it went through a number of pieces of pending legislation that, in essence, are seeking at the state legislative level to, in one way or the other, reduce or remove discretion on the part of local entities relative to new housing development. I mean, we've seen this in the lawsuit against the city of Huntington Beach, where we're seeing this at the legislative level. So I'll give this to Jeffrey too and ask her to circulate. And we're probably going to, I'm sure the League of Cities is going to be very involved in this, and I think we'll probably see, as part of our legislative platform, this coming back. Thirdly, and this is a question for our city manager, I had a constituent at Farmers Market asked me, when was the last time anybody ever discussed for our train station the idea of just like a shelter, just a basic shelter for folks who are going on the train, just to keep them out of the elements. And he sent me a picture of the shelter that's opposite the Ventura Fairgrounds. You know, it's not very, very long. It's certainly not the size of this dais. It's you know, like a rectangle. And has that been looked at in recent years by
A couple
the
of years
council?
ago, we talked about that, and there is you know, you're under cover if you're under the bridge, but the
there's
wind,
nothing-
the wind is the sides.
Right, and he remarked on that, and he also remarked, I mean, there's nothing in the area where you come in right off of Lewis and Ventura Boulevard. You know, there's no shelter there at all, and I'm just wondering whether or not we have. I'm hoping maybe we can take a look at that again. I have no idea what the costs would be, but I can't imagine it's not a very. I'll send
Part of it is people sleeping in them too.
I'll send a picture to Mr. Norman, and I'm hoping we can just take a look and see what that might entail from a cost standpoint.
I think what we ended up deciding at that time, Mr. Tremblay, was that there was sufficient cover to protect from the rain. We talked about the cold, and the sides on it didn't protect you from the cold, really. It protected you from the wind. We looked at the ones that had the shelters, like Ventura, and there was no place else to get out of the rain in Ventura, you know, so,
As opposed to being under the bridge.
yeah.
Okay.
And the train goes all the way up to the bridge, you know, that's where the handicapped entrance is.
Understood. And this same constituent made a comment about what they thought was the area could be improved by having a little bit more signage in terms of where the train station is. He didn't see a lot of signage on Lewis, and I haven't been down there in that area to take a look at.
Yellow, they're there.
So, okay. And then there was finally, mercifully, there was a traffic accident last week on Adolfo near, I think it's Rancho Adolfo Estates, the mobile home park. Yeah, Tequeets, on Adolfo and Tequeets. And I know, I think we all received an email on it, but I think this area came up, you know, between Tequeets and, you know, along Adolfo between Tequeets and Rancho
Callejas.
Rancho Callejas. And it came up you know, I know there was a fatal accident there a year or two ago. I know it's come up in Streets and Transportation Committee, but when was the last time we ran a traffic study or warrants in that specific area?
So it was at the time following that prior accident. I believe it was summer of 2017 when that previous accident occurred, and signal warrants were reviewed. Sight distance was reviewed, and it does not meet warrants for signal there.
Yeah, no, and I know it doesn't meet warrants for signal. I think the concerns that I discerned, because I did drive down near there, was number one, the degree of speeding that I've encountered when I drive that area, you know, 3 or 4 days a week. Secondly, the visibility and the traffic moving from west to east, you know, from Flynn toward Santa Rosa, seeing the ongoing traffic, the signage, and then I'm always curious how pedestrians would cross over Adolfo to and from Rancho Callejas Park from the mobile home park, you know, for example, along the Callejas Creek pathway, because they either got to go all the way down to, yeah, they've got to go all the way down to Mission Oaks Boulevard. I've got that set of concerns, and I'm wondering if we could take a fresh look at that area on those 4 concerns. I know we just did this in summer of 2017, but how difficult would it be to do another, I think we just put out the counters, right? In terms of the.
So for a warrant analysis for a signal?
No, not for a signal, but I'm thinking for maybe some addition. You know, one of the concerns is the speeding, frankly, on that. And along that stretch.
So that'd be an enforcement item for addressing speeding.
Right. And another would be, potentially anyway, some signage. It's a 45-mile-an-hour area, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe it's 45. So I would assume, and haven't checked it lately, but our speed limit signage would be already there. So I'm not sure what additional signage you're mentioning.
Well, I wonder if there's any kind of signage that basically says slow down. You're going slow down in this area in a 45-mile-an-hour zone.
Essentially, that's what a speed limit sign is doing, is indicating.
Yeah, I'd like to call up the police chief. He's got some information about this.
Dave.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just some information on that recent crash. Although, you know, we have had some activity there, the recent crash that you're referring to, unfortunately, it involved a very elderly resident, and it was truly a failure to yield, where they were on Adolfo making a left into the mobile home park, so it wasn't a speed issue in particular for that intersection. And so our folks have been out there, and I just want to give you just kind of a snapshot of some of the enforcement that's taken place. So far in 2019, there has been one non-injury crash, 2 citations for mechanical violations only. In 2018, there was 1 collision that was an injury action, but that was further down on Mission Oaks and Adolfo. There were 15 citations issued at Adolfo and Tequites for both speed and mechanical violations, and 18 citations issued at Adolfo and Mission Oaks for both speed and mechanical as well. In 2017 is when we had the fatal there. That was at Adolfo and Tequites. Speed was a factor in that, and there were other factors as well. We also had 1 non-injury crash at Mission Oaks and Adolfo, and 1 injury crash at Mission Oaks and Adolfo. In 2017, there was a total of 20 citations issued at Adolfo and Tequites for both speed and mechanical, just to kind of give you a snapshot of what's happened there in the last few years.
Maybe this is a question not just for you, Dave, but also for you, Dave. Does the number of citations, the number of accidents in that area engender a greater look at that area in terms of either the existing speed limit or trying to do something to improve to not have as many accidents?
Well, I think, yeah, you know, putting out the signboard.
Seems like a disproportionately high number of.
Yeah, and it's not different than many other parts of the city where you do get a spike in accidents where the enforcement does increase, and we put signboards and what have you out there. Based on this data here, you know, in 2018, again, we had basically 1 crash for the entire year.
Okay.
So from a priority standpoint, it's not warranting that kind of attention, at least to this point.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. That's it for me.
Mrs. Craven, would you like to?
Well, I attended the Airport Authority meeting on Valentine's Day with Mr. Moshe. The Camarillo Ranch Committee meeting on the 20th, the Policy Committee meeting on the 21st. Seems like I had another meeting. No, I didn't. I attended a RDP strategic planning meeting for the Washington visit and lobbying trip on the 22nd. And then I was not able to go to the investment committee or the finance committee meeting on Monday because I was at the CASA Washington Policy Forum. And I know the mayor was there, and he took notes on a lot of things, and I took notes on a lot of things, and so I'll try to keep it brief. As far as the preparatory materials they sent out ahead and the lobbying information, I thought it was the best I've ever seen, and that was very good. There's a lot of talk and there's a lot of bipartisan support on reintroducing the Clean Water Act. I think we're going to have to keep a good eye on that. There's a lot of talk and bipartisan support, at least at this point vocally, for re-upping the state revolving fund, federal contributions to the states, for re-upping the WIFIA and also the WIN. The WIN grants are through, the one we got, I think, through the Bureau of Recreation, and WIFIA is, oh dear, one of these is through the Transportation and Infrastructure, and the other is through Water and Clean something. And because one is for wastewater. Wastewater goes with transportation. I still don't get the connection. And then water is part of the environment. So you can't just go to Congress and talk about water in one fell swoop, where you want to make, maybe that's why they turned it over to the Bureau of Reclamation, because nobody else wants to talk about cleaning up water. I don't know, but I think we need to really keep an eye out for that. I will forward to the city anything I see, and I know it will be in our platform, and we will support federal money going into those 3 programs. That's where we get our money for our desalter, and where we might be able to get more money for other things, such as the reservoir for the recycled water, and several other things, but they're important to us. We don't really qualify for a state revolving loan thing, because that money usually comes right off the top for very low income communities. Every once in a while somebody else can get something, but I'll let the congressional visits we went to by areas. So Mr. Kildee and I went along with people from Goleta, and there's a guy from Monterey there too. Anyway, we visited with Congresswoman Brownlee, Jimmy Panetta, who's from Monterey, son of Leon Panetta, and I was very impressed with him for a first-time congressman, and also with Salud Carbajal from Santa Barbara. But he comes down into Ventura, and I think just a little corner of Oxnard. And they responded very, very positively. The thing we were asking them for was to support putting money into those 3 grant and loan programs, and also to go along with our, forget how they worded it, but safe pharmaceuticals. You know, CASA has been after that since about 2010. And I remember the year I was president of CASA, they had the statewide No Drugs Down the Drain program. And that's when Roger came up with the idea of just putting a box out and letting people put their drugs in. And we soon found out you couldn't do that. But staff did a very good job of turning that very simple idea into something that Thousand Oaks would be happy to take credit for, but it started here. Our police department was the very first one, I believe in the state, that put a strong box in the lobby of the police station, and we started collecting pharmaceuticals in there. And even though now they have gotten a drug take-back program at pharmacies, we still are collecting something like 8,000 pounds of pills a year in that strong box, and they're collected by deputies, and federal law requires that 2 deputies take them for proper disposal, and I think they take them down to Long Beach. But from our starting that program, it's turned out so well that the county, I don't want to say drug enforcement, but they're over in health and safety and social services, and they've taken over the program and called it theirs because they want to, they found it is one of the most effective ways for getting drugs off so they don't get to young people and get out on the street on the black market, unused prescription drugs, especially the opioids. And every single police station in Ventura County there now is a strong box. And so, you know, if people have good ideas, it's often good to listen to them and see if you can make them workable, if they seem too easy to be good, or this one's a really good one. But we explained those programs to these lawmakers and told them that there are still certain drugs where it says flush down when they're expired, and that is not acceptable because we cannot remove all of those drugs from our wastewater. And they all seemed really eager to write a letter to the FDA and help them get on board to get off of the flush drugs down the drain recommendation. So that's all I have.
Santangelo?
Okay, on February 14th, I attended the Ventura County Animal Services Commission with Mayor Kildee, and then again with Mayor Kildee on February 20th. We were at the Street and Transportation Committee meeting. On February 21st, I was at Cal State University Channel Islands Connection Luncheon, which I really enjoyed, and Dr. Beck she's an amazing woman. And then from there I got hailed on, and then I went to the Ventura County Fire Department Award Ceremony. And then from there I went to the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting for Mind Masters, which is really an interesting business by Erin Samaniego, who it is a I don't even know how to describe her business, but it's a way for people who already have a business established but are trying to learn ways to network and take it to another level and grow. They get together and they meet and they network and help each other out to strategize. So that was exciting for her. And a couple not really city related, but this is a plug for our high schools. On February 23rd, I went to the Rio Mesa versus Camarillo High School Slugfest fundraiser. Everybody should get out there every year. It's really fun. The freshmen play at 11, then JV plays at 3, and then varsity plays at 7. There's raffle all day. There's silent auction, so make sure you go next year.
Is it basketball?
Baseball.
Baseball.
Slug, okay.
Slugfest. And one of the best varsity games I've seen in a really long time. On February 16th, I just wanted to mention that I went to the Ventura County Women's Political Council luncheon to listen to Fiona Ma and get to meet her. And what another amazing woman who's homegrown. I did not realize that she is married to an Oxnard firefighter. But really neat lady, which leads me into my plug for tonight. On March 8th, it's International Women's Day. The first one was in 1911, and this year's theme is Balance for Better. And so I mention it because I hope that we all strive for a gender-balanced world, because gender balance isn't just a woman's issue. It's essential for economies and for communities to thrive. The day is to celebrate the social, the economic, the cultural, and the political strides and achievements of women, and also to help us all remember and push us to action to continue to accelerate gender balance. And so because of that, I'd just like to mention a few of the organizations in this community that I know are women that are dedicated to service and to our communities. The League of Women Voters, the American Association of University Women, the Ventura County Women's Political Council, the Seroptimists, Meadowlark Service League, and the Democratic Moms of Camarillo are all women's groups that have really made a difference in this community. And so I thank you and celebrate women on March 8th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so kind of a lot going on. Actually, Saturday the 11th, I went to Bob Taylor's Celebration of Life. I think a lot of us up here knew Bob Taylor. On Thursday the 14th, Valentine's Day, I did attend the Ventura County Animal Services along with Ms. Santangelo, that meeting. On the 20th, I had a Streets and Trans Committee meeting. And I also had an Educator of the Month at St. Mary Magdalene School. And it was really cool because it's the first time that I've ever given an Educator of the Month that actually teaches music. It's Larry Conley, and he teaches music at St. Mary Magdalene School. And it was really, really neat. I've never had an opportunity to do that. So the 21st, I had a VRSD meeting, and with Ms. Santangelo, I went to the Ventura County Fire Awards. And I had to tell you, I don't want to go real long, but there's some impressive people. There was a young man from Simi Valley that was actually having lunch, and a gentleman next to him actually started coughing and turning red. I think you'll remember this too, Ms. Santangelo. He leaps into action, does the Heimlich maneuver, and actually got him and put him over his knee and started pounding his back and dislodged whatever it is that was caught in there. The individual thanked him, pretty much refused medical attention, and left as if nothing happened. And the young man came up, and when he was being introduced, his girlfriend was there. And his girlfriend was one of the survivors of the Borderline shooting. And I believe it was that night, it was the night after that this happened in a restaurant with him, with his girlfriend. And I tell you, it sends chills down your spine when you see a young person that jumps into action like that, and the background that he had, and it, beyond words. But boy, we've got some outstanding people out there, let me tell you. Along with others, these award winners are extremely impressive people. Believe me, that fire department's got some outstanding employees here. Along with Mr. Tremblay, I did also attend the Economic Development Committee meeting. And as Ms. Craven said, I just got back from the CASA conference, and we did meet with three Congress people, and boy, impressive. Ms. Brownlee actually came out of a subcommittee meeting to meet with us. Now,
in the hall.
In the hall. So that's very receptive to us. And as Mrs. Craven said, Jimmy Panetta is extremely impressive, really had a grasp of these issues, and Congressman Carbajal as well. Very engaged, really engaged. This Congress seems to be really engaged. And anyhow, I won't go into a lot of dissertation, but I want to make a copy and give this to every councilman. It's kind of interesting. Now, you got to remember, this is the American Society of Civil Engineers. That they build stuff. Okay, they're engineers and they build stuff. But interesting statistics. The America's infrastructure gets a D+. And 24 of the top 30 airports may soon experience Thanksgiving peak traffic volume at least once a week. 8.9% of the nation's bridges are structurally deficient, and there's an estimated 240,000 water main breaks per year in the U.S. So there's all kinds of statistics back here. I'll make sure everybody gets a copy of this, because this is some really good stuff. The good news is that all of them talked about they think they'll get some sort of a transportation funding bill this year. They don't think it's going to be a super big bill, but Republicans and Democrats and the president are somewhat on board about getting something passed. And they say, well, the president likes to build stuff. So that's a good thing on this because we can build the infrastructure and he'll sign it and it'll be a good thing here. And every congressman that I spoke to really thinks that we'll see that they can get some sort of a transportation bill passed, and water is a component of that. Now, it's mostly, roads and bridges and airports, but, water is somewhat of into that too. So we'll see what happens. But I think there's a lot of positive feelings about that. Now it's early, they didn't work in January, so February they were all real busy, but there's a real positive attitude about that. And I'll have some more to talk about at a future date. But it was a good conversation. Mrs. Craven was absolutely right on that. It was, and I haven't been there. I haven't been to D.C. in 7 years, and I mentioned to Mr. Mulchay this. I was out in front of the White House, and Secret Service came over and talked to me and asked me what I was doing there. And I said, well, there's all kinds of security around there. And I said, well, I'm here looking at the White House. He said, oh, you are? He says, you got some ID on you? And I said, yeah, sure. I pulled out my ID, So if you're going to go to the White House, you're going to feel real safe there because there's a lot of security around there. But anyhow, that has been a big change in several years since I've been there. So that was kind of interesting. I'm glad I had my license with me. Might not have been here tonight, who knows? So anyhow, but it was a good trip, and I highly recommend if you ever get an opportunity to do this, it's worth doing. So
Could I just tag into that?
Absolutely, sure.
The other thing that we really pushed for, and we asked all of the panelists about, were extending the, when they reissue the Clean Water Act, to write in there that the NPDES permits could be extended for up to 10 years instead of it being 5.
That's a biggie.
Everybody seemed to be interested in it except for the one woman. But even the woman from the Clean Water Federation said that if it wasn't an automatic 10, if it was up to 10, they would have a better chance to talk to the water boards about it. And she said that her organization could support that. That was a really big thing to me because it's the first time I've heard an environmental group say they could support it. So making strides, every year we keep bringing that up. But this year, I don't know, they tried to they got a few changes to the Clean Water Act, but it wasn't a reissue last year. And if Barbara Boxer couldn't do it, I don't know who would be able to, because the new people who are on the committee and the new chairman are new. They're not the senior member as she was. So we'll see how it goes, but we are working on that, and it's very important to us.
Yeah, and there was a real positive, vibe about that too. I think the first time in a long time, right, Ms. Craven? Yeah. Okay, so with that, I think we've got one more study session that we've got to complete tonight. So with that, we will recess to the study session.